I am the Macabre. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Where are you from and what time are you watching now? Sit back and relax. Familiar shadow. Detective Martin had never seen a town so quiet. Villaverde lay nestled among hills shrouded in a heavy mist, as if the town itself were trying to hide from the world. As he drove through the empty streets, the low hum of his car's engine was the only sound, broken occasionally by the distant caw of a crow perched on a dilapidated street lamp. The houses, draped in ivy and surrounded by overgrown hedges, looked as though they hadn't seen a fresh coat of paint in decades. The town felt as if it were stuck in time, and something about it made the hair on the back of Martin's neck prickle. He had only just arrived, but already the uneasy feeling was growing stronger. Martin wasn't used to small towns. He had spent most of his career in the bustling chaos of the city, where everything was fast-paced and out in the open. But here, in Villaverde, there was a quiet oppression, a sense that something was lurking just beneath the surface. He'd been assigned his first case here, a brutal murder that had shocked the local community. The victim, a young woman named Rosa, had been found lifeless in her home. But it wasn't just her death that troubled the town, it was the eerie circumstances surrounding it. Martin parked his car outside the town's only police station, a small, weathered building tucked between an old bakery and a general store. Inside, the air smelled faintly of dust and stale coffee. The sheriff, a stocky man named Eduardo, greeted him with a stiff handshake and a hesitant smile. He had been in Villaverde for years and knew all the dark corners of the town, though he seemed reluctant to share much of that knowledge with a newcomer. "We don't get many murders around here, Detective," Eduardo said as they walked toward his office. "This one, well, it's unsettling." Martin nodded, trying to remain neutral. He had seen enough murders in his time to know that the circumstances rarely matched the rumors surrounding them. The case would be no different, he reminded himself. He had to stay focused. The specifics, he knew, would tell him the truth. Rosa's house was on the outskirts of the village, a modest cottage framed by tall, gnarly trees. The front door had been forced open, and inside, the air was thick with the scent of decay. The crime scene felt frozen in time, as if someone had just stopped mid-motion. Rosa had been found in her living room, sprawled across the floor in a pool of blood. The walls were marked with strange, almost ritualistic symbols, as though the killer had been trying to communicate something. The blood was fresh, but the eerie stillness in the house made it feel like the crime had happened years ago. Martin stepped carefully around the scene, his sharp eyes scanning every corner of the room. The brutality of the attack was apparent, but there was something more disturbing in the way the victim had been left. It wasn't just a murder, it felt personal. The position of her body, the bloodstains on the walls, all seemed to suggest that the killer had wanted to send a message. As he surveyed the scene, Martin's attention was drawn to an old photograph on the mantel. It was of Rosa with a man, smiling in what seemed to be a happier time. The photo was slightly askew, and the man's face was scratched out with black ink. A chill ran down Martin's spine. Why would someone deface a photograph like that, especially in a place like this? It seemed out of place, as though the killer wanted to erase a connection. But why? His mind whirred with possibilities. Was it someone who knew Rosa well? A lover, a friend, or even a family member? Villaverde was small, and everyone knew everyone else's business. It wouldn't be hard for someone to find her, but to do this? It had to be someone close. Martin rubbed his temples. The possibilities were endless, and yet, the more he thought about it, the more everything felt wrong. It wasn't just the murder. It was the sense that this town had a history that was being kept hidden, a past filled with shadows. As he turned to leave the crime scene, his gaze fell on the floor again, and this time he noticed something that made his heart skip a beat. A small, blood-soaked piece of fabric was caught on the edge of the floorboards. It looked like part of a costume, a fabric too specific to be random. The strange thing was, the material was familiar to him. He had seen it before, at the annual festival the town held each fall. It was the same fabric used for the traditional costumes worn by the townspeople. This wasn't just a murder, it was a message from the past. Martine carefully took a photo of the fabric and bagged it as evidence. The discovery left him uneasy, but he had no idea yet how deep this rabbit hole would go. As he stood in the doorway, he couldn't shake the feeling that the town wasn't as quiet as it appeared. Villa Verde had secrets, old, dark secrets, and it seemed they were beginning to surface in the most horrifying way possible. When Martine returned to the station, he was greeted by the silence of an empty office. The sheriff had left to handle some other business, and Martine was left alone to process the scene and the unsettling discovery. He sat at his desk, staring at the evidence, trying to piece everything together. There was no way this murder was an isolated incident. This town, this place, was hiding something dark. And it was only a matter of time before he uncovered the truth. Martine sat in the small, dimly lit office, sorting through the evidence gathered from Rosa's house. The strange symbols on the walls of the crime scene still haunted his thoughts. He pulled out a few photos from his folder, each one more disturbing than the last. A close-up shot of Rosa's body showed the meticulous manner in which the killer had staged the scene. It was a message, he could feel it in his bones. But the question was, who was it meant for? The blood on the walls had formed shaped symbols that didn't belong to any modern language. Martine had seen similar markings before, though not in a context so sinister. He briefly remembered hearing old folklore about mysterious cults in the surrounding areas, but those stories always felt too far-fetched. Yet, as he stared at the photos before him, he couldn't shake the feeling that the killer was trying to convey something deeply symbolic. He needed more information, and fast. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and Sheriff Eduardo stepped inside, his face grim. "We got another report. Same type of crime," he said, looking at the file in his hands. "It's a woman again, this time a bit younger. Found dead near the old cemetery." Martine felt a chill crawl up his spine. The similarity in the details was too exact to be a coincidence. 2 murders in as many days, both young women, both grisly and ritualistic. The eerie symmetry was hard to ignore. Without a word, Martine grabbed his coat and headed out with the sheriff. The town of Villaverde was eerily quiet as they drove. The only sound the rumble of the car's engine and the occasional creak of branches swaying in the wind. They arrived at the cemetery, a place Martine had passed through only a few times in his life, but never under such grim circumstances. The moonlight cast long shadows across the tombstones, and the air smelled damp and earthy. The body of the second victim, Maria, lay sprawled in the grass. Her body had been placed in a similar manner to Rosa's, but this time the blood had been splattered in a wide arc, the symbols on the ground more pronounced, as though the killer was growing bolder. There was a twisted sense of ritual to it, something that both disturbed and fascinated Martine. The positioning of the body and the strange carvings seemed deliberate. The killer wasn't just making a statement, he was following something, a plan, a pattern that was now undeniable. Martine crouched down, inspecting the scene with methodical care. The ground beneath Maria was soft, and there were signs of struggle. It looked like she had tried to escape, but had been overpowered. Her hands were bound, and her clothes had been torn, as if the killer had been in a hurry. Something caught his eye, an old pendant clutched tightly in her hand. He pulled it from her fingers gently. The pendant was strange, an intricate design that seemed oddly familiar, but he couldn't place it. He tucked it into his pocket for later. The more he observed, the more he realized that there were connections between the two murders that went beyond the obvious. The pattern was becoming clearer, but it didn't make any sense. Who could have committed these crimes? Who had the knowledge and the twisted desire to leave such elaborate signs behind? A nagging feeling settled in his gut, telling him that the killer wasn't just someone from the outside. He was someone with intimate knowledge of Villa Verde's dark history, someone who had lived here long enough to know the old secrets. Martin looked up from the body, his eyes scanning the horizon. It was then that he saw something that hadn't been immediately noticeable. A figure, standing motionless at the edge of the cemetery. The figure was barely visible in the shadows, but there was no mistaking the sense that they were watching him. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He stood up quickly, trying to make sense of what he was seeing, but the figure had already vanished into the darkness. It was impossible to tell if it had been a trick of the light or something more. Eduardo had noticed the shift in Martin's demeanor. "What's wrong?" he asked, following his gaze. But by the time they reached the spot where the figure had been standing, there was no sign of anyone. "You're seeing things," Eduardo said, but Martin wasn't so sure. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming, and it didn't help that the body of Maria, so carefully arranged in the grass, looked too much like an offering to some unseen entity. As they made their way back to the car, the unease gnawed at Martin. There was something about this case that didn't sit right with him. It wasn't just the brutality of the murders. It was the way the town seemed to be wrapped in a dense fog of secrets. He knew that if he didn't start unraveling these threads soon, the darkness would consume him, too. And the more he dug, the more certain he became that the murders were only the surface. There was something far darker underneath. Back at the station, as Martin reviewed the new evidence, he found a small but critical detail. One of the symbols from the crime scenes, a circular design with intersecting lines, matched the pattern on the pendant he had found on Maria's body. His heart sank as he realized the horrifying implications. This wasn't just a random act of violence, it was a ritual. And it was far from over. He looked out the window, his mind racing. The town was asleep, but Martin couldn't shake the feeling that something was stirring in the shadows. Whoever the killer was, they were playing a game. And Martin was beginning to realize that he might not be the one holding the pieces. Martin couldn't stop thinking about the connection between the murders and the strange symbols. It was as though the killer had been carefully orchestrating each crime like a twisted work of art. The ritualistic nature of the killings gnawed at him, but he was missing something crucial. Something hidden, buried deep beneath the surface. He knew that if he was going to uncover the truth, he needed to dig deeper into the victims' lives. He needed to understand who they were before they became targets. He started by visiting Rosa's family. Her parents were older, quiet people who seemed genuinely shaken by the loss of their daughter. They hadn't seen any strange behavior from Rosa in the weeks leading up to her death. She had been withdrawn, yes, but no more than usual. Martin pressed them for any information, anything that could help him understand the motivation behind the murder, but they were as blank as the walls of their living room. It was as if they knew something, but weren't willing to speak. Frustrated, Martin returned to Rosa's house, hoping to uncover more hidden clues. He rummaged through her belongings again, this time more thoroughly. In the corner of her bedroom, he found a small wooden chest, tucked away behind a bookshelf. It was locked, but the delicate engraving on the front caught his attention. The symbols were almost identical to those found in the crime scenes. He knew he had to open it. He broke the lock with ease and found inside a collection of papers, notebooks, and a diary. The diary was old, its pages yellowed and brittle with age. The handwriting was elegant, but it had a trembling quality to it, as though the writer was unsure of what they were documenting. Martin flipped through the pages, his heart pounding in his chest. The diary belonged to Rosa. At first, the entries seemed like typical ramblings of a young woman, but as he read on, they began to take a darker turn. She wrote about vivid nightmares, about shadows that watched her from the corners of her room. She described feeling an unshakable presence in her life, something that seemed to be drawing closer every day. One of the entries stood out to him. Rosa had written about an old legend in Villa Verde, a story passed down through generations of the townspeople. It was a tale of an ancient pact made with a mysterious entity, a pact that granted power in exchange for blood. Rosa had been researching this legend, but her entries became more frantic as she wrote about a growing fear that someone was trying to revive the pact. The diary ended abruptly, as though Rosa had been interrupted mid-thought. The last sentence was chilling. "They're here, and I can't escape. He's coming for me." Martine's hands trembled as he closed the diary. He had uncovered something more terrifying than he could have imagined. The killings weren't just random, they were connected to the old legend, to a curse that had never truly been broken. Someone was trying to resurrect something dark and ancient, and Rosa had been caught in the middle of it. Her research, her nightmares, her fear, it all pointed to a force greater than any man. With the diary in his hands, Martine returned to the police station. He couldn't ignore the parallels between the symbols and the words in the diary. Rosa had been trying to warn someone, trying to stop something. But whatever she had uncovered had cost her her life. He began to wonder if the other victims had been involved in the same research, if they, too, had been trying to uncover the truth behind the killings. But the question remained, who was behind it all? Who was powerful enough to manipulate the town's history like this? At the station, he sat down with Sheriff Eduardo and showed him the diary. The sheriff's face grew pale as he read through the entries, his eyes widening with recognition. This can't be true," he muttered. "I've heard the old legends, but I never thought anyone would actually believe them." Eduardo seemed uncomfortable, shifting in his chair. It was clear that the sheriff knew more than he was letting on. "Tell me, Eduardo," Martine asked, his voice steady but firm. "What is the town hiding? What do you know about this old legend?" The sheriff hesitated before replying. His hands shook as he reached for a bottle of whiskey, pouring himself a glass before speaking. "The legends speak of an ancient group in Villa Verde, an order that used to control the town. They made deals with forces beyond our comprehension, forces that could give them power, wealth, influence. But to do so, they had to offer blood, the blood of the innocent. And it's said that the pact was broken, but some believe the curse is still alive. The murders, they're part of an attempt to bring it back, to bring back the power." Martine's stomach churned as he processed this information. The sheriff's admission made everything feel more real, more sinister. Villa Verde wasn't just a quiet town. It was a town haunted by its past. The killings were the result of a pact, a deal that had been made long ago but had never truly been severed. And now, someone in the town was trying to revive that dark power. Martine stared at the diary, the pages full of fear and warning. Rosa had uncovered the truth, but she had paid the ultimate price for it. The weight of the town's history pressed down on him, and he knew that he was only scratching the surface. Whoever was behind these murders wasn't acting alone, they were part of something much larger, something that had been lurking in the shadows for centuries. Martine couldn't shake the feeling that the town of Villa Verde was hiding something more than just a gruesome series of murders. Every piece of evidence seemed to be pointing in one direction, the town's dark past. The more he delved into the history of Villa Verde, the more he began to feel like a guest in a house that had been abandoned for too long, its secrets festering in the corners. There was an ancient connection between the killings and the town's forgotten history, a history that was slowly resurfacing, one blood-soaked clue at a time. Determined to find out more, Martin turned to the oldest source of knowledge in the town, the local library. Hidden in the back of the library, beneath dust and cobwebs, he discovered records that hadn't seen the light of day in decades. Old newspapers and journals chronicled the town's past, revealing unsettling stories of strange disappearances, unexplained events, and whispers of a shadowy group that once ruled Villa Verde with an iron fist. It was all buried under layers of time, left behind by the town's elders who seemed eager to forget. As Martin read through the accounts, one name kept appearing: the Velasco family. Generations of Velascos had lived in Villa Verde, and their history was tied to the town's dark heart. The family was known for their wealth and power, but also for their strange practices. The townspeople spoke in hushed tones about the Velascos, claiming they had made a pact with something ancient, something that went beyond human understanding. The Velascos had always been wealthy, always been influential, but it seemed their wealth had come at a price. The deeper Martin dug, the more it became clear that the Velascos weren't just part of the town's history, they were the town's history. Their influence stretched back centuries, and their connection to the murders was undeniable. The victims of the recent killings all had one thing in common. They were either related to or had some connection to the Velasco family. This realization made Martin's blood run cold. He was no longer just investigating a random killer. He was uncovering a dark legacy. The discovery of the Velasco family's involvement in the murders made Martin uneasy. He began to wonder if he had made a terrible mistake by coming to Villa Verde at all. The town was suffocating in its own secrets, and now, as he pieced together the fragments of the town's history, he realized that he had unknowingly walked into the center of something far darker than any murder investigation he had ever faced. The question was no longer just about solving a crime, it was about survival. With this new knowledge, Martin returned to the Velasco estate. The house was a sprawling mansion on the outskirts of the town, its windows dark and brooding. As he approached, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread creeping up his spine. The mansion looked abandoned, but Martin knew better than to trust appearances. He had to find out the truth, no matter what it took. The Velascos were the key, and he was going to get answers. Inside, the mansion was eerily quiet. Dust hung in the air, and the furniture was covered with white sheets, as though the house had been frozen in time. It felt like stepping into a place that had long been forgotten by the outside world. Martin's footsteps echoed through the empty halls as he made his way toward the library. There, among the leather-bound books and old portraits of the Velasco ancestors, he hoped to find anything that could explain the family's connection to the murders. In the dim light of the mansion's library, Martin uncovered a hidden drawer in one of the old desks. Inside, he found a series of journals, their leather covers cracked and worn with age. As he flipped through the pages, he found accounts written by the Velasco patriarchs, detailing strange rituals, dark ceremonies, and an obsession with immortality. It seemed that the family had been involved in a secret order, one that had once controlled the fate of Villa Verde. The journals spoke of sacrifices, human sacrifices, and the power that had been gained from the blood of the innocent. One journal stood out among the others. It was written by an ancestor of the Velascos, a man named Don Sebastián Velasco. His handwriting was sharp, but the words themselves were chilling. In his journal, Don Sebastián described a pact made with an otherworldly entity, a pact that had granted the family power and wealth beyond measure. But the price was steep. In exchange for their newfound power, the Velascos had agreed to sacrifice one of their own every generation, a bloodline that had been tainted by darkness. And the killings? They were the manifestation of that pact being fulfilled. The more Martin read, the more he realized that the murders were part of a twisted family ritual, a centuries-old cycle that could never be broken. The Velascos weren't just connected to the murders, they were the driving force behind them. The family had kept the secret for generations, and now, Someone was continuing the ritual. But who? Martin had to find out, and quickly. As he left the mansion, his mind was reeling with what he had learned. The Velascos were not just a family, they were the architects of Villa Verde's darkness. Their history had been steeped in blood, and their legacy would continue unless it was stopped. But Martin didn't know how. The town was silent, its people either unaware or unwilling to confront the evil lurking beneath their feet. He was alone in this fight, and the deeper he dug, the more dangerous it became. The realization about the Velasco family weighed heavily on Martin's mind, but it wasn't enough to explain the current killings. The rituals described in the journals were part of a twisted cycle, but they had been dormant for years. The killings weren't the work of an old family secret being uncovered, they were personal. And that's what kept gnawing at him. There was someone alive today, someone who had been drawn into this cycle of violence, and Martin couldn't ignore the possibility that the killer was someone close to him. It wasn't long before the suspect list became uncomfortably familiar. Diego, Martin's old childhood friend, had recently returned to Villa Verde after years of absence. Diego had left the town under mysterious circumstances, and when he came back, it felt like he had brought with him more than just his old memories. His behavior had been erratic, his eyes constantly shifting, as if he were haunted by something or someone. He had started to show up at odd times, lingering on the edges of Martin's investigation, watching from a distance. At first, Martin dismissed the thought. Diego was his friend, someone he had grown up with. They shared a history, a bond formed through years of laughter and childhood memories. There was no way that Diego could be involved in these horrific crimes. But the more Martin thought about it, the more the pieces seemed to fit. Diego had always been drawn to the town's history, often talking about the old stories and the legends of Villa Verde. Could he have been lured into the same darkness that had claimed so many others? One evening, as Martin was reviewing the evidence back at the station, he received an unexpected call. Diego had been found, standing in front of the old chapel at the edge of town, staring into the night with a look of utter despair. He was unresponsive, his hands trembling as if he had witnessed something far beyond his understanding. When they brought him in, his behavior was even more unsettling. Diego seemed like a man who had lost his mind, speaking in fragmented sentences and repeating the same phrases over and over. "It's too late. It's coming. They're all dead, and I'm next." Martin had no choice but to confront Diego. He couldn't allow himself to believe the worst about his friend, but the evidence was starting to add up. The proximity of Diego's return to the murders, his strange behavior, and his growing obsession with the town's dark history all pointed in the same direction. Martin had to know the truth. The confrontation was painful. Diego was visibly shaken, his face pale and gaunt, eyes bloodshot from sleepless nights. Martin sat across from him, trying to remain calm, though the pressure of the investigation was beginning to overwhelm him. Diego's breath was shallow, his hands fidgeting with the sleeve of his jacket. The man who once knew the world with a youthful optimism was now a shadow of his former self. "Diego, what's going on?" Martin asked, his voice quiet but firm. "You're acting strange. Tell me what's happening." Diego's eyes darted around the room, as if searching for an escape. He opened his mouth to speak but faltered, as though the words wouldn't come. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, almost a whisper. "I didn't mean for it to happen this way," he said, his voice cracking. "I never wanted this. I never wanted to hurt anyone." Martin's stomach tightened. Diego's words were cryptic, but they hinted at something deeper, something that couldn't be ignored. "What are you talking about?" Martin pressed. "Who did you hurt? What's going on in this town?" Diego's gaze shifted to the floor, his shoulders shaking. Then, without warning, he looked Martin straight in the eye and said, It's me. I'm the one who's been causing the deaths. Martin froze, his heart pounding in his chest. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. What do you mean, you? How could you? His voice trailed off, lost for words. Diego's face twisted in anguish, as though confessing the truth had torn something inside of him. I didn't want to be part of it, Diego continued. But they made me. The bloodline. It's calling me. The pact, it's alive. And I can't escape it. Martin sat back in his chair, struggling to process the weight of Diego's words. Was Diego the killer? Had his friend, the person he had trusted most, really been the one behind these horrific crimes? Or was there something deeper at play, something even more terrifying than Martin had yet uncovered? Diego's confession made no sense, but it was hard to ignore the fear in his eyes. It was as if Diego himself had become a prisoner of the very darkness he had once joked about. The confession was too much to comprehend in that moment. Martin knew that he needed more answers, but Diego's words had thrown everything into disarray. Was Diego a victim of the same curse that had plagued the Velasco family for generations, or was he the one behind the killings? And if it wasn't Diego, then who? The trail had grown colder, and the truth seemed more elusive than ever. Before Martin could ask another question, Diego stood abruptly, his face twisted with desperation. You don't understand, he muttered. You think you do, but you don't. You'll all be part of it soon. I can feel it. They're coming for you too. His voice broke with a note of finality, and he backed away from the table, as though preparing to vanish into the shadows. Before Martin could stop him, Diego was gone, slipping out of the station into the night, leaving a chilling uncertainty in his wake. The night air was thick with tension as Martin sat alone in the dimly lit office, replaying Diego's cryptic confession over and over in his mind. His thoughts were a chaotic blur. Was Diego the killer? The idea was almost unthinkable, yet the way Diego had spoken, the desperation in his eyes, suggested that he believed his own words. Martin rubbed his temples, trying to make sense of it all. Diego had always been troubled, but had he really been capable of murder? The idea seemed too monstrous to grasp, yet it lingered, haunting him. The station felt emptier than usual, the silence amplified by Martin's growing unease. The walls seemed to close in on him as he tried to focus on the case, but every document, every piece of evidence, seemed to blur into the background. He couldn't shake the image of Diego standing there, shaking, confessing to something far beyond his understanding. And yet, Martin knew deep down that Diego wasn't the only person in Villa Verde with a dark secret. The entire town seemed to be hiding something, a truth buried deep in the soil, and it was suffocating him. Determined to confront Diego again, Martin waited until the following evening. He had to get to the bottom of this. Was Diego truly the killer, or had he been ensnared in a web of lies, manipulated by forces greater than himself? Martin couldn't ignore the possibility that something more sinister was at work, something beyond Diego's fragile mind. He needed answers, and this time he would get them. As night fell, Martin made his way to Diego's apartment, a small, run-down place on the outskirts of town. The air was still, and the streets were eerily quiet. As he approached the door, he couldn't shake the sense that something was watching him. It was the same feeling he had experienced in the cemetery, an oppressive, unshakable presence. He shook it off and knocked firmly on the door, his knuckles rapping sharply against the wood. Diego answered after a long pause, his face pale and drawn. He looked as though he hadn't slept in days, his eyes wide and bloodshot. "I didn't think you'd come back," he said, his voice hoarse. He seemed both relieved and terrified at the same time. Martin stepped inside, his eyes scanning the cluttered room. It was sparsely furnished, but there were signs of a struggle, furniture overturned, papers scattered across the floor, as though Diego had been frantically searching for something. "I need to understand, Diego," Martin said, his voice calm but firm. "You told me you were responsible for the deaths. But what does that mean? Are you the killer, or is there something else happening here?" Diego sank into a chair, burying his face in his hands. "I don't know anymore," he muttered, his voice cracking. "It's like I'm being controlled. There's something inside me, something that won't let go. I can't escape it." Martin watched him, trying to decipher the truth behind his words. Was Diego delusional, or was he truly a victim of some dark force? The intensity of Diego's fear made it hard to dismiss his claims. The idea that something supernatural could be controlling him seemed far-fetched, but in a town like Villaverde, where the line between myth and reality had already been blurred, Martin couldn't rule out anything. "You're not making sense, Diego," Martin said quietly. "I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean by being controlled? Are you saying someone is making you kill people?" Diego's eyes flicked up to meet Martin's, his gaze haunted. "I'm not making them kill," he whispered. "But I'm part of it. I'm connected to it, to the curse. And now they want me to finish it. They want me to complete what was started. I can feel it, Martin. It's in me." The room seemed to grow colder as Diego's words sank in. Martin had heard whispers of curses, of rituals passed down through generations, but hearing it from Diego's mouth made it feel too real, too tangible. Martin stepped back, his mind racing. Diego had spoken of the curse before, but this was different. There was a desperation in his voice now, as if the fight for his soul was already lost. "Who are they, Diego?" Martin asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Who's controlling you? Who wants you to kill?" Diego's gaze darted around the room, as though he were afraid of being overheard. "It's not just one person," he said, his voice barely audible. "It's the town, the people who've been here for centuries. They've always been here, watching, waiting. And now they've come for me. They're inside me, Martin. I can't stop it." Martin felt a shiver run down his spine. Diego's words were chilling, but there was no denying the terror in his eyes. He was convinced of his own guilt, of his own involvement in the murders. But Martin couldn't decide if Diego was the killer or if he was just another pawn in a much larger, more terrifying game. "You need to tell me everything, Diego," Martin said, his voice steady. "Everything you know. This isn't just about you anymore. People are dying, and we need to stop it." Diego looked up at Martin, his face twisted in anguish. "It's already too late," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "The ritual's already begun. They're coming for us all. You can't stop them." With those words, Diego collapsed back into the chair, his body racked with sobs. Martin stood frozen, his mind reeling. Diego's confession had only raised more questions. Who were they? What was the ritual? And how far back did this go? As Martin turned to leave, he felt the same oppressive weight pressing down on him. The shadows seemed to move, to stretch and coil, as though the town itself was alive, watching him. Diego's confession had opened a door to something far darker than Martin had ever imagined. The deeper he dug, the closer he came to something that could destroy everything, something that could claim him, too. The night was far from over, and the horrors of Villaverde were just beginning to unfold. Martin spent the following days trying to piece together the fragments of Diego's confession. Each moment felt like he was drowning in uncertainty, unable to see the full picture. His mind kept returning to the same question. If Diego wasn't the killer, then who was? Diego's desperate belief in the curse, his claims that he was part of something greater, suggested a force much darker than Martín could comprehend. But was Diego truly a victim, or had he just lost his grip on reality? Despite his growing doubts, Martín had no choice but to continue investigating. His next step was clear. He needed to find out more about the people who had lived in Villaverde for generations, the ones who seemed to know more than they let on. If the town's curse was real, then someone in Villaverde had to be pulling the strings, and Martín couldn't afford to let the trail go cold. The deeper he dug, the more it felt like the town was closing in on him, its secrets suffocating him at every turn. He began to visit the oldest residents of the town, those whose families had been around long before the murders started. Most of them were old, frail, and reluctant to speak about the past. They were guarded, their eyes shifting nervously when he mentioned the Velascos or the strange happenings in Villaverde's history. But one night, a woman named Pilar, a great-granddaughter of one of the town's founding families, agreed to speak with him. Her eyes were sharp, despite her age, and she spoke with a quiet authority that made Martín lean in close. "There's a reason why we keep quiet about the past," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Some things are best left forgotten. But you, detective, you're already too deep. You won't stop until you know the truth, will you?" Pilar's words were laced with a mix of sorrow and warning, and Martín couldn't shake the feeling that she knew more than she was letting on. "What do you know about the Velasco family?" he asked, his voice steady but filled with urgency. Pilar's gaze darkened, and she hesitated before answering. The Velascos didn't just control the town, they owned it. Generations ago, they made a deal with something far older than any of us. A pact. The land, the power, the wealth, it all came with a price. And when the deal was struck, they swore to keep the town's history hidden. "But the curse," Pilar trailed off, her voice faltering. "The curse is still here. It's never gone away. It's inside the blood of those who carry the Velasco name, and it never forgets." Martín's mind reeled. A pact with something older than any of them? It wasn't just folklore, it was a reality that the town had been living with for centuries. Pilar's words only confirmed what he had already begun to suspect. The Velascos were the center of the darkness in Villaverde. The murders, the strange symbols, Diego's madness, all of it tied back to this ancient deal. But how had it been passed down, and why were people still dying? "There's more," Pilar continued, her voice trembling. "The Velasco family didn't just sacrifice innocents, they sacrificed their own. Every generation. The firstborn child. It was always the same. And if they didn't, well, the town would be consumed by the darkness. You see, the curse didn't just give them power, it bound them to the land. But it never allowed them to truly escape. And now," she sighed heavily, looking at Martín with a sadness that went deep, "now it's too late. The one who will finish it is already here. And you, detective, may already be part of it." Martín's heart skipped a beat. He could feel the weight of her words pressing down on him, like the town itself was drawing him into its web. "What do you mean? Who's going to finish it?" he asked urgently. Pilar looked away, her eyes filled with a fear that he hadn't seen before. "The one who bears the blood. The one who has always been destined to do this. It's not just the Velascos anymore. There's someone else. Someone you know." Her voice trailed off, and the air between them grew thick with an unbearable tension. Pilar's revelation hit Martín like a hammer. Someone else. Someone he knew. The bloodline, the curse, it wasn't just tied to Diego. He had been searching for the killer outside of himself, outside of his circle of friends and family. But now, he feared the answer was far closer to home. He thought back to his childhood, to his family's long-forgotten connection to the town. His parents had never spoken about it, and his sibling had left years ago. But what if they had known all along? What if the darkness had never truly left? "You're talking about me, aren't you?" Martin asked, his voice barely a whisper. Pilar didn't answer. She didn't need to. The realization washed over him in waves. He had been brought to Villa Verde for a reason, and it wasn't just to solve a murder case. It was to uncover the truth of his own bloodline. The Velasco curse was his curse now, too. And it wasn't just some distant, ancient power, it was alive inside of him, waiting to be unleashed. He couldn't breathe. The air felt thick with the weight of his discovery. Pilar had just confirmed what he had been too afraid to acknowledge. The truth about his family, his heritage, it was all leading to this moment. He had been drawn to this town, to this investigation, because it was his destiny to confront the darkness. The very thing he had been searching for, the killer he had been hunting, was a part of him. Martin stood up abruptly, his mind reeling. "I need to leave," he said, his voice shaky but determined. Pilar reached out, grabbing his arm with surprising strength. "You can't run from it," she said softly. "It's in you. It's always been in you. And now, the blood will demand its due." With those words, she let go of his arm, and Martin walked out of the house, the door creaking shut behind him. The town of Villa Verde was no longer just a place he was trying to save. It was his prison, and the truth of his bloodline was the key to the horrors that awaited him. The weight of Pilar's words echoed in Martin's head as he walked through the narrow streets of Villa Verde, each step heavy with the realization that he was no longer just an outsider. The town had chosen him, or perhaps it had always known. His blood was tied to the darkness that had plagued Villa Verde for centuries. He tried to fight the suffocating dread that threatened to consume him, but the truth was undeniable. There was no escaping the past, no escaping the bloodline that had bound him to the town's cursed fate. He needed answers, but with every answer he uncovered, more questions arose. The truth about his family, about the Velascos, was becoming clearer, but it only deepened the mystery. Pilar's warning had been the final confirmation. There was someone else in Villa Verde who knew exactly what was happening, someone who had always known. The killer, the force behind the murders, wasn't just someone tied to the town's past. They were tied to him. The curse was his inheritance, and it was slowly taking hold. Martin found himself standing outside the town's old chapel, the place where the curse had been born. The building loomed before him, its dark windows like hollow eyes, watching him, judging him. He had always been drawn to the chapel as a child, though he couldn't remember why. Now, with the weight of the town's history pressing down on him, he knew this was the place where it all began and where it would end. The door creaked as he pushed it open, the air inside heavy with dust and the scent of decay. The interior was shrouded in darkness, the faint light from outside barely illuminating the old pews and cracked stone walls. But as Martin stepped inside, he felt something stir in the air. It was as though the chapel itself recognized his presence, as though it had been waiting for him all along. The chill in the air wrapped around him like a cloak, and for the first time, he felt truly afraid. He moved cautiously, his footsteps echoing in the silence. His eyes scanned the room, searching for anything that might explain the terrible power that had haunted this place for generations. At the altar, he noticed a strange symbol carved into the stone floor. It was the same symbol that had appeared in the murder scenes, the same one from Rosa's diary. The realization hit him like a physical blow. This wasn't just a symbol, it was a map, a guide, and it was leading him somewhere. As he crouched down to examine the symbol, he felt a sudden pressure on his chest, as if the weight of the entire town were pressing in on him. His breath quickened, and the air grew colder. A voice, faint but clear, whispered from the shadows. It was soft, almost a lullaby, but filled with an unmistakable malice. "You are the key," the voice said, sending a chill down his spine. "You are the blood that will awaken us." Martin stood up quickly, his heart racing in his chest. The voice was gone, but the words lingered in his mind. He wasn't just investigating a series of murders anymore. He wasn't just solving a case. The town had chosen him, and the truth was clear now. He was the one who would either end the curse or become its final victim. His mind spun as he thought of his family, of his sibling who had disappeared years ago. Could they be the one who was meant to carry out the final act? Was his sibling the one who had been marked from birth, the one who would complete the ritual and awaken the curse once and for all? The idea seemed impossible, but the pieces of the puzzle were all falling into place. The bloodline had always been the key, and now, it seemed, the bloodline was drawing him into its terrible center. Frantic, Martin left the chapel and headed toward the old cemetery on the outskirts of town, the place where so many of the town's secrets were buried. The path was overgrown with weeds, and the tombstones were cracked and leaning, as though the earth itself was trying to reclaim them. He knew that the answers he sought were buried here, beneath the stones that had stood for centuries, guarding the town's darkest history. The cemetery was silent, its shadows deep and impenetrable. At the far end of the cemetery, Martin found a mausoleum. The air around it felt thick, as though the walls themselves held secrets too terrible to be spoken. The door was slightly ajar, and as Martin stepped inside, he felt a cold breeze wash over him. The walls were covered with carving symbols, markings, and names that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. His eyes were drawn to one name in particular, engraved in the stone, Velasco. As he moved closer, the symbols on the walls seemed to shift, to rearrange themselves as though they were alive. The ground beneath his feet trembled, and Martin felt a sudden wave of dizziness. The room began to spin, and for a moment, he thought he might lose consciousness. But then, through the haze, he saw something that made his blood run cold, a small, hidden door behind the altar. He approached it cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. The door creaked open with a groan, revealing a hidden chamber. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of old blood, and the walls were lined with more symbols, more markings that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. And at the center of the room, on an altar made of stone, was a single object, a small, intricately carved box. Martin stepped forward, his hands trembling as he reached for it. He could feel the weight of history in his hands, as though the box itself had been waiting for him to find it. When Martin opened the box, he found a set of old letters, their edges yellowed with age. As he read the first one, he realized with a shock that it was written in his own family's hand. The letters spoke of a secret pact, a dark ritual that had been passed down through the generations. And in the final letter, the one that sealed his fate, he read the chilling words: "The last born of the Velasco bloodline shall awaken the curse and complete the cycle. The final death will be upon them." Martin's hands shook as he closed the box. He had always been a part of this, from the moment he set foot in Villa Verde. His family's legacy had been tied to the curse, and now he was the one who would either end it or seal the town's fate forever. The box sat heavy in Martin's hands, its contents more damning than any evidence he had uncovered. His family, the bloodline he had once believed to be ordinary, was at the center of this nightmare. The letters had spoken plainly his ancestors' pact. The curse passed down through generations had always been part of him. His entire life had been a lie. As the weight of the revelation sank in, the walls of the mausoleum seemed to close in on him, pressing down with the knowledge of what he had just discovered. He was no longer just a detective. He was a vessel for the curse, a participant in a ritual older than time. For a long moment, he stood frozen in the dim chamber, the letters still clutched tightly in his hands. His breath came in shallow gasps as the truth unfurled in his mind like a twisted tapestry. His family's blood had been a key to something dark, something that had festered in Villa Verde for centuries. The killings, the strange symbols, the nightmares, everything was a part of a cycle that could only be completed with his blood. And yet, he had no idea what that meant for him. Could he break the cycle, or was he destined to finish what had been started? The whispers in his mind, the voices he had been hearing since the murders began, grew louder. The town of Villa Verde, the land itself, had always known what he was. His return to this place was not an accident. His family had been drawn here, generation after generation, until it all came back to him, the final piece of the puzzle. The murder of Rosa, of Maria, of others, they were not random. They were sacrifices, and now the time had come to pay the final toll. Martin's thoughts turned to his sibling, the one who had vanished years ago. The memory of their face, so familiar, so innocent, now felt like a distant shadow. Could it be possible? Could his sibling be the one meant to finish this twisted ritual? It wasn't just the murders that had brought him here. His family's blood was the catalyst, the key to unlocking the curse, and his sibling was as much a part of it as he was. He had to find them. Time was running out. The cycle could not be allowed to complete, not if he could stop it. He had to stop the curse, even if it meant confronting the family that had hidden the truth from him his entire life. His heart raced as he left the mausoleum, the letters tucked safely in his coat pocket. The air outside had grown colder, and a thick fog rolled in from the hills, obscuring the path ahead. The fog felt alive, swirling around him like the hands of something unseen, pulling him toward his fate. He headed for the old house where his family had lived, now abandoned, falling into ruin. The house stood at the edge of the town, its windows like dark eyes staring into the night. The years had not been kind to it, but there was something about the place that felt alive, as though it had been waiting for him. Martin walked through the overgrown yard, each step a reminder that his family had always been part of Villa Verde, even when they had left. Inside, the house smelled of dust and decay. The walls, once adorned with family portraits, were now empty, the frames shattered on the floor. The furniture had long been covered with sheets, and the air was thick with the silence of abandonment. As he moved through the rooms, he found them the signs of a family who had once been steeped in rituals and secrets. Strange markings on the walls, symbols that matched those from the murders, the same ones that had haunted him from the start. At the back of the house, Martin found what he had been searching for. A hidden door, just like the one in the mausoleum, concealed beneath a trapdoor in the floorboards. His heart pounded in his chest as he pried it open, revealing a staircase leading down into the dark. The air was colder here, and the walls seemed to pulse with a strange energy. As he descended into the darkness, he felt as if the house itself was alive, watching him, waiting for him to uncover what had been hidden for so long. The room at the bottom of the stairs was small and dank, with stone walls that felt damp to the touch. In the center of the room was a large altar, similar to the one he had seen in the chapel. This was where it had all begun, where his family had made their pact, where they had given up their humanity in exchange for power. The altar was covered in old bloodstains, remnants of rituals long past. But the most chilling thing was the figure lying on the altar, his sibling. Their eyes were closed, their body pale, but there was no mistaking it. His sibling had been prepared for the final sacrifice. Martin's chest tightened as he stepped closer, the realization settling like a stone in his gut. His family hadn't just abandoned him, they had chosen him. He wasn't just part of the curse. He was its final piece. Kneeling beside the altar, Martin felt his heart breaking. The person he had once loved, the one person he had thought of as family, was now nothing more than a vessel, a pawn in the ancient ritual that had been planned for him all along. He could see the faint markings on their skin, symbols that mirrored the ones from the murders, signs of the curse that had been passed down through generations. The cycle had to be completed, and his sibling was the key. But Martin wasn't sure if he could do it. Could he sacrifice the only family he had left to save the town? Tears welled in his eyes as he looked down at his sibling's motionless form. The decision weighed heavily on him, the bloodline's curse pulling at his very soul. The choice was simple: complete the ritual and break the cycle, or let the darkness consume them all. With trembling hands, Martin reached for the altar's edge, his mind racing, his heart heavy with the knowledge that whatever choice he made, nothing would ever be the same again. Martin's hands trembled as he stood before the altar, staring down at his sibling. Every instinct he had screamed at him to stop, to leave this place and run far from Villaverde, to escape the curse that had consumed his family for generations. But there was no running now. He couldn't undo what was already done. His blood had already been marked by the pact, and the weight of the town's darkness pressed down on him like a living thing. The curse had come for his family, and it had finally caught up with him. He knelt beside the altar, his heart pounding in his chest. The figure lying before him, his sibling, the one person who had once been his world, was barely breathing, their skin pale and cold. The markings on their body were the same symbols he had seen in the crime scenes, in the ancient texts, and in the forgotten rituals that had been passed down through the generations. It was all coming to a head now, and Martin knew that the moment of truth had arrived. His siblings' eyes fluttered open, and they looked up at him with a faint, bewildered expression. For a moment, Martin saw the person they used to be, the sibling he had grown up with, the one who had left Villaverde all those years ago. "Martin?" Their voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. What's happening? Why am I here?" Tears welled in Martin's eyes, but he wiped them away quickly, trying to focus on the task at hand. "It's the curse," he said, his voice breaking. "It's always been the curse. We're part of something terrible, something that's been controlling our family for centuries. You were supposed to be the one to complete it." His siblings' eyes widened with fear. No, that's not. I don't understand." They tried to move, but their body was too weak, too drained from the dark energy that had been siphoning their life. "Martin, please. You have to stop it. I didn't want this. I didn't choose this. Don't let them win." The desperation in their voice was a gut-wrenching reminder of the person they once were. But Martin knew that their words were no longer their own. The curse had taken hold, and it had marked them just as it had marked him. He had no choice. The cycle had to be completed, or the town would be consumed. The bloodline would continue to drag its descendants into the darkness, as it had for centuries. The killings, the rituals, it was all part of the plan. And now, Martin was the final key. "You don't understand," Martin said, his voice steady but filled with sorrow. "This is the only way to stop it. We have to end it now, before it destroys everything. We can't run from it anymore." His sibling looked up at him, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. "Please, Martin," they whispered, their voice barely audible. "I'm not the one who should do this. You are. You're the one who was always meant to finish the ritual. You're the last of us, the last of the Velascos. Don't let them take me." Martin's heart shattered as the full weight of what he had to do hit him. He had thought that the curse had a clear end, that completing the ritual would somehow release them from the bloodline's hold. But the truth was far darker. There was no redemption, no release. There was only the endless cycle of violence and sacrifice, and he was now its keeper. The room seemed to close in around him as the walls began to tremble. The air was thick with a strange energy, and the floor beneath his feet seemed to pulse with life. The entity tied to the Velasco family was stirring, and it had been waiting for him to make his choice. He could feel it in the very marrow of his bones. The darkness that had controlled his family for centuries was coming to claim its due, and there was no escaping it. With trembling hands, Martine reached for the dagger that lay on the altar, the ritual blade that had been used in countless sacrifices before him. His hand closed around the hilt, and as the blade glinted in the dim light, he felt the pull of the curse like 1,000 invisible hands wrapped around his soul. He could feel the entity watching, waiting for him to act. The moment had arrived. His sibling let out a soft, pained cry as they closed their eyes, surrendering to the inevitable. "I'm sorry," Martine whispered, the words catching in his throat. "I'm sorry." He had tried to fight it, tried to find a way to stop this cycle. But in the end, he had no choice. The ritual had to be completed. As he raised the dagger, a voice deep, ancient, and malevolent whispered in his ear, "Finish it. The blood is yours to claim." But just as the blade descended, there was a loud crash. The walls shook violently, and the altar trembled beneath them. Martine froze, the dagger inches from his sibling's chest. He heard footsteps, fast and heavy, and then a familiar voice rang out through the room. "Stop!" Diego's voice was hoarse, desperate, as he burst into the chamber, his eyes wild with fear. "Don't do it, Martine. Don't finish it." Martine's heart stopped. For a moment, everything seemed to slow down, the world fading into a blur as Diego rushed toward him, grabbing his arm, trying to pull the dagger away. "You don't have to do this," Diego shouted, his voice breaking. "You can't complete the ritual. You can't." Martine's grip tightened on the dagger, his pulse racing as the force of the curse pulled him in. But for the first time, a flicker of hope sparked within him. Diego had been part of this darkness, part of the twisted bloodline. But perhaps, just perhaps, together they could break it. "Please, Martine," Diego whispered, tears welling in his eyes. "Let me help you. We can stop this. We don't have to let it consume us." And in that moment, Martine realized the choice he had to make. He could either complete the ritual and condemn them all, or he could defy the bloodline's pull and break the cycle once and for all. The weight of the world rested in his hands, and the fate of Villa Verde, of his family, of everything he knew, would be determined by the decision he made in the next heartbeat. Echoes of evil. The wind howled through the narrow, cobbled streets of San Cristobal as Detective Laura Ortiz drove through the fog-laden town, her headlights casting eerie shadows on the walls of abandoned buildings. The town was quiet, unnervingly so, with only the occasional whisper of wind disturbing the silence. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else's business, where secrets couldn't stay buried for long, but today, something darker than gossip was lurking in the streets. A call had come in that would drag Laura back into a nightmare she hoped she had left behind. Laura arrived at the scene in record time, the flash of blue and red lights reflecting off the wet pavement. A group of uniformed officers stood in a tight circle around the entrance to an alleyway, their faces tense. She could feel the atmosphere thick with dread before she even stepped out of the car. The air smelled of dampness, decay, and something far worse, death. As she approached, the officers parted, giving her a clear path to the body lying in the alley's grim embrace. The victim was a young woman, her lifeless form sprawled across the cold ground, eyes wide open in terror. The way her body had been positioned made Laura's stomach turn. She was arranged almost delicately, her limbs unnaturally straight, as though placed with care rather than carelessness. A deep crimson stain spread beneath her, pooling like a macabre painting on the cracked concrete, but there was something unsettlingly clean about the scene. The blood hadn't splattered, hadn't seeped anywhere beyond the immediate vicinity of her body. "Laura," a voice broke through her thoughts, and she turned to face Carlos Ruiz, her partner. His face was tight with worry, and his eyes were bloodshot. "We've got another one. Same as the last." Laura nodded slowly, already knowing what he meant. The last murder had been a gruesome affair, to an innocent victim found with the same eerie stillness. It was impossible to ignore the similarities. The ritualistic nature of the crime was unmistakable, as if someone had carefully staged each death like the pieces of a puzzle only they could solve. "Have you found anything?" Laura asked, her voice low, steady, trying to remain calm despite the tightening knot in her chest. She forced herself to look closer at the woman's face. There was no sign of struggle, no defensive wounds. Whoever had done this had been meticulous, precise. Too precise. "Nothing useful so far," Carlos replied, his voice strained. "No witnesses, no CCTV footage. The cameras in the alley went out 2 days ago. It's like someone knew." Laura's brow furrowed as she kneeled beside the body, inspecting the woman's palm. Her breath caught when she saw it there. Carved into the victim's skin was a symbol. It was intricate, faintly glowing under the dim light of the street lamps, but unmistakable. Laura recognized it immediately, a symbol tied to a case that had haunted her for years, the case that had never been solved. A case that had left its mark on her soul. "Do you see this?" Laura asked, barely able to mask the shock in her voice. She turned to Carlos, who was leaning in closer, his eyes widening with recognition. "The symbol, it's the same one. From the case, all those years ago." Carlos went pale, but he didn't speak. They both knew the weight of what that symbol meant. It was as if the past had come rushing back to confront them, reminding them of the ghosts they had failed to put to rest. "Could it be the same person?" Carlos whispered, his voice almost a breath. His question hung in the air, full of doubt and fear. If the murders were connected, it meant that the killer had been active all these years, lurking in the shadows of the town. But Laura knew better than anyone the truth wasn't always easy to find, and some killers had a way of slipping through the cracks, hiding behind well-crafted facades. Laura's hand trembled slightly as she reached out to touch the body, her mind already racing with thoughts of the past. The last case had ended in failure. The victim had never been found. The clues never amounted to anything substantial. She'd been forced to let go, to move on. But deep down, Laura had always believed the killer was still out there, watching, waiting for the right moment to strike again. Her thoughts were interrupted when one of the forensic team members approached her with a grim expression. "Detective Ortiz," he said, his voice tight, "you need to see this." Laura rose quickly, her heart hammering. The forensics officer led her to a nearby dumpster, where a small piece of fabric had been caught. It was a scrap of what appeared to be a torn shirt, but there was something more disturbing about it. Written in dark, unmistakable ink on the fabric was a single word. "Laura." She froze. It wasn't a coincidence. The word was her name. The morning after the body was discovered, the fog still lingered over San Cristobal, as though the town was trying to hold on to the dark secret that had emerged in the night. Detective Laura Ortiz sat at her desk, staring at the case files in front of her. The unsettling image of the young woman's lifeless eyes had haunted her all night. The police reports piled up, but nothing felt substantial enough to put a suspect in place. The killer was slipping through their fingers, and Laura couldn't help but feel the walls of the investigation closing in on her. Her mind kept returning to the strange symbol carved into the victim's palm. It had been far too deliberate, far too specific. Laura had seen it before years ago, during a case that had haunted her for far too long. She had hoped it was a bad memory, a shadow she could bury, but now it was alive again, staring her in the face. Her pulse quickened as she scanned through the old case files, her fingers trembling slightly. The pattern was impossible to ignore. It was happening again, just as she feared. The air in her office felt thick, suffocating. It was as if the very walls had absorbed the weight of the past, the guilt, the failure. Laura's partner, Carlos Ruiz, had come in hours ago, but she hadn't been able to look him in the eye. She knew he was thinking the same thing. They had both seen cases like this before, but there was something different about this one. There was a level of cruelty here that struck a deep chord. It wasn't just about killing, it was about sending a message. But what message? After hours of examining the old case files, Laura decided to head out into the town to see if anything had changed since the murder. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was just out of reach, some small detail that would connect the dots. The streets were quieter than usual, and the fog only added to the oppressive sense of unease that clung to the town like a shroud. She made her way to the local diner, a place where locals often gathered to gossip. Laura knew that sometimes the smallest rumors could hold the key to cracking open a case. Inside, the diner was nearly empty. A few patrons sat at the counter, their voices hushed as they exchanged glances. Laura couldn't help but overhear snippets of their conversation, the whispers of a town teetering on the edge of fear. There were murmurs about the murder, about strange happenings in the past few days. A woman had seen a shadow moving in the alley where the body had been found, but she didn't speak up until now. Others spoke of hearing voices in the night, of feeling watched, but none of it made sense. Still, something about the fear in their voices made Laura uncomfortable. She could almost feel the town's collective anxiety pressing against her chest. She ordered a coffee and took a seat in a quiet corner, allowing the murmur of voices to wash over her as she pulled out the case files again. The pictures of the victim's body, the same symbol on her palm, it all seemed connected. But how? A fleeting thought crossed Laura's mind as she stared at the symbol. What if this isn't the killer's symbol at all? What if it's a warning? The thought made her skin crawl. She pushed it aside, focusing instead on the next clue she needed to uncover. Her attention turned back to the strange fabric scrap found at the crime scene. It was small, barely noticeable at first, but it had been carefully torn from something, perhaps the killer's clothing, perhaps something else entirely. It was too clean, too precise, to have been left by accident. She reached for her phone and dialed Carlos, her mind racing with possibilities. Carlos answered after the second ring. "What's up, Laura?" "I'm at the diner," she said, her voice low. "I've been thinking about the fabric scrap we found. It doesn't seem right, Carlos. It's too neat. We need to check every clothing store in town. Someone might have purchased a shirt with a unique tear, something that could connect us." Carlos didn't respond right away, but Laura could hear him scribbling something down in the background. "I'll get on it," he said, his tone firm. "I'll check with the stores, and I'll also put out an APB for anyone who's seen something odd. We're going to find something, Laura." Laura hung up and leaned back in her seat, the quiet hum of the diner filling the silence. The town felt like a sleeping beast, unaware of the nightmare lurking just beneath the surface. As she sipped her coffee, a cold chill ran down her spine. The killer wasn't just hiding in the shadows. The killer was among them, watching, waiting. Laura had to act quickly before another body turned up, before it was too late. Later that evening, she met up with Carlos at the station. He had compiled a list of all the clothing stores in San Cristobal, and they began the tedious process of cross-referencing sales records. At first, it felt like they were grasping at straws. But then, Carlos found something unusual. A shirt matching the torn fabric had been sold just days before the murder. The buyer? Gabriel, the man who had been seen near the crime scene. Laura felt a wave of unease ripple through her. Gabriel. She'd been watching him from the moment he'd entered her investigation. Now, it seemed the pieces were beginning to fall into place. But what was Gabriel's role in all of this? Was he the killer, or was he a pawn in someone else's game? The next morning, the air in San Cristobal felt different, heavier, as if something was brewing just beneath the surface. Laura stood in front of the old, crumbling house on the edge of town, the same one she'd visited years ago during that case that had never been solved. Her mind kept returning to Gabriel, and the more she learned, the more the pieces of the puzzle felt like they were locked in her past, intertwining with memories she tried desperately to forget. She hadn't been able to stop herself. The sight of Gabriel's name in the records, the torn fabric that connected him to the crime scene, it all felt like an unavoidable pull, leading her back to this place, to the one case that had eluded her. Laura ran her fingers over the faded photographs of the missing girl, Laura Delgado, that had once filled her desk. The girl had vanished without a trace, her body never recovered, and the case had gone cold, abandoned by the force. But Laura never could. That was the thing about San Cristobal. No matter how much you tried to leave, the past always had a way of following you. And as Laura stood in front of the house, the sense of dread crept up her spine. It was as if the walls of the house were watching her, waiting for her to remember. She had made a vow years ago to close that chapter, but now the wound had been reopened, and she couldn't turn away. She pushed the thought aside and entered the house, a place that had once been filled with the sounds of a family until tragedy struck. Gabriel's mother had been another victim of the town's dark undercurrent, found murdered in this very house. Her death had been ruled a suicide, but Laura had never believed that explanation. Something about it had always felt wrong, like there were secrets buried here, secrets only the walls knew. The house was empty now, abandoned. The remnants of Gabriel's past lingered like dust in the corners. Laura's boots echoed through the rooms as she moved deeper into the house. Her heart pounded in her chest as she thought of the years she had spent searching for the truth about Gabriel's mother, and the mistakes that had led her down a false path. If only she had followed her instincts, if only she hadn't let the case slip away, maybe things would have been different. But now, everything was spiraling back, and she was faced with the unbearable possibility that the truth had been here all along. As Laura moved through the house, she could almost hear the distant cries of Gabriel's mother, the way her life had been cut short in this very place. The killer, whoever they were, had been careful, methodical in covering their tracks. The darkness in this house was thick, smothering. Laura stopped in the living room, her gaze falling upon the photographs on the mantelpiece. Gabriel had been a young boy when his mother was killed. What had that done to him? Had the loss twisted his mind beyond recognition? Her fingers brushed over one of the photos. Gabriel's eyes stared back at her from the old image, his expression eerily calm, almost hollow. It made Laura wonder whether he had ever really been a child at all, or if he had always been the product of the darkness that had consumed his family. The more she looked at the photo, the more she began to feel an uncomfortable sense of familiarity. Something about those eyes made her skin crawl, as though she had seen them before, in a way she couldn't place. Suddenly, a sharp noise broke through the silence, and Laura spun around, her hand instinctively reaching for her gun. It was only a floorboard creaking, but the sound felt louder than it should have, echoing through the empty house. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. There was no one here, just memories. Ghosts of a past she had been unable to forget. But the feeling of being watched lingered, tightening around her chest. She walked upstairs, her footsteps slow, measured. At the top of the stairs, she paused in front of the door to Gabriel's old room. The door was slightly ajar, and as she pushed it open, she was hit with the smell of dust and decay. The room hadn't been touched in years, but there were still signs of life-old toys scattered across the floor, a torn poster of a superhero peeling off the wall. It was like stepping into the past, into the remnants of a boy who had never had a chance to grow up. Her eyes scanned the room, landing on the old wooden desk in the corner. On it, a stack of old journals sat, covered in dust. Laura hesitated. She knew what she would find. But what if it held the answers she had been looking for? She reached for the journals, one by one, her fingers trembling as she opened the first one. The pages were filled with scribbled thoughts, disjointed and erratic. It was like reading the inner workings of a troubled mind, a mind that had been shaped by loss, by violence. The further she read, the more she began to understand. The journals were a confession of sorts, Gabriel's way of processing his grief, but also his thirst for revenge. The entries became darker, more obsessive, as Gabriel spoke of his mother's death, of the unsolved mystery that had haunted his entire life. His words were twisted, almost poetic, but they held a chilling truth. Gabriel had spent his entire life building a twisted narrative, one where vengeance was the only answer. Laura closed the journals, her heart pounding in her chest. She understood now. Gabriel was not just a victim of circumstance, he was a man consumed by the need to punish the town, to force them to reckon with the demons of the past. And Laura, unwittingly, had been a part of that story, the one who had failed him, the one who had let his mother's death slip through her fingers. The guilt weighed heavily on her, but there was no time to dwell on it. The game was far from over. The tension in the air thickened as Laura walked out of the abandoned house, the weight of the journals still heavy in her hands. Gabriel's confession, however cryptic, had confirmed what Laura had feared for so long. There was more to him than met the eye. He was not just an innocent bystander in the murders. He was deeply entangled in the darkness that had been festering in San Cristobal for years. And now, the truth seemed closer, yet more elusive than ever. She didn't have the answers yet, but there was one thing she knew for sure. Gabriel was hiding something. The quiet, enigmatic man who had seemed so unremarkable at first had suddenly become the key to everything. His obsession with his mother's death and his connection to the symbol found on the victims, it was all too precise to be a coincidence. But there was something unsettling about Gabriel. He had said little to Laura when they spoke, his eyes vacant, almost hollow. Laura had seen suspects like Gabriel before, men who spoke little, who wore masks of innocence while darkness pulsed just beneath the surface. But something in Gabriel's silence felt different. It was as though he was waiting for something, or perhaps someone, to uncover the truth. Laura felt it deep in her gut. Gabriel wasn't just hiding from the law, he was hiding from himself. After hours of careful investigation, Laura found herself standing at the foot of Gabriel's apartment building. The small, run-down complex was nestled in a forgotten corner of town, its peeling walls a silent witness to years of neglect. She could feel the presence of the past in every crumbling brick, every creaking window. The air here was thick with memories that had long been buried, but Laura was determined to dig them out. Inside the building, the halls smelled of dampness and old wood. The flickering overhead lights cast long shadows on the cracked walls as Laura ascended the stairs. Each step felt like it carried her deeper into the past, deeper into the mystery that had been unfolding since the first body had been discovered. As she reached the second floor, she paused in front of Gabriel's door. It was slightly ajar, an invitation she couldn't ignore. Laura pushed the door open cautiously, her hand on the handle. The room inside was sparse, simple: a bed, a few mismatched chairs, and a desk cluttered with papers. It wasn't the home of a man who had been living with a murderer's mind, but something about it felt unsettling. The walls were lined with photographs, mostly of Gabriel as a child, but in the corner, there was a photo that made Laura freeze. It was a picture of Gabriel's mother, but there was something wrong about it. Her eyes, vacant, cold, lifeless, stared out at Laura from the frame. The woman in the photograph looked nothing like the vibrant person she had been when she was alive. Laura walked closer to the photo, feeling a shiver run down her spine. The change in the woman's expression was subtle, but undeniable. It was as though the woman in the picture had been drained of life, transformed into something else. Thoughts turned to the journals. What had Gabriel seen? What had he experienced in this very room that had twisted him into what he had become? She moved toward the desk, rifling through the papers strewn across it. Most of it was nonsensical old receipts, hastily written notes, but then, buried under the mess, Laura found something that made her blood run cold. It was a series of sketches, crude and unsettling. Each drawing depicted a scene of violence, a victim lying in a pool of blood, with Gabriel standing in the background, always with the same empty expression. And beneath the sketches, written in bold, scrawling letters, were words that sent a chill straight through Laura. The final act begins. Suddenly, the door behind her creaked open. Laura spun around, her heart racing, only to find Gabriel standing in the doorway. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes held something dangerous, something predatory. He stepped into the room, his gaze never leaving Laura. "You shouldn't have come here." Gabriel's voice was low, almost a whisper. There was no anger in it, no malice, just a quiet certainty that made Laura's blood run cold. Laura took a step back, trying to regain control of the situation. She was a seasoned detective, but something about Gabriel made her feel like an intruder in his world. "Why are you doing this, Gabriel?" she asked, her voice steady despite the fear rising in her chest. "What are you trying to prove?" Gabriel's lips curled into a small, almost imperceptible smile. "I'm not trying to prove anything, detective," he replied, his voice colder than the air in the room. "I'm finishing what was started long ago. You should have stopped it then, but now it's too late." Laura's pulse quickened. She had heard similar words before, from men whose minds had shattered long ago. But Gabriel's calmness, his detachment from reality, sent a deeper sense of terror through her. This wasn't just a man obsessed with revenge. This was something darker, a mind consumed by a twisted sense of justice that had festered over years of grief. The silence between them stretched on, thick with tension, before Gabriel spoke again. "The town deserves to know the truth. They've all been living a lie. And you were supposed to uncover it. But now, you're just like the rest of them." Laura took another step back, but her eyes never left Gabriel's. She didn't know whether she was facing a killer or someone who had simply lost his way, but she couldn't let him slip away again. "You're wrong," she said, her voice firm now. "I will stop you. This ends here." Gabriel tilted his head, as if considering her words. For a moment, his expression softened, almost wistful. But then, just as quickly, the mask of detachment returned. "We'll see, detective. We'll see." Laura left Gabriel's apartment feeling as though she had narrowly escaped a trap, but the sense of dread that had settled in her chest only grew stronger. She had confronted him, and though she hadn't gained much ground, his words haunted her. "Now it's too late." The chill in his voice seemed to echo in her mind, a warning she couldn't ignore. She had to find the truth before the killing escalated further, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being manipulated by someone more dangerous than she had realized. Back at the station, Laura sat alone in the dim light of her office, the case files scattered across her desk. The sketches she had found in Gabriel's apartment weighed heavily on her mind. There was a dark obsession in those drawings, an obsession that mirrored the unsolved case from her past, the death of Gabriel's mother. The more she thought about it, the more the pieces started to fit together. There had always been something off about that case, something Laura had missed. Gabriel's involvement in the murders was more than just coincidence. He was a product of it. She felt a sudden, unsettling connection between Gabriel and her own past. His mother's death had been ruled a suicide, but Laura had always felt there was more to it. The image of Gabriel's vacant eyes, the same look his mother had before her death, returned to Laura's mind. Had Gabriel been involved in his mother's death without even knowing it? Or was it something much darker, something that tied him to her more intimately than she could have ever imagined? Laura's heart raced as she leafed through the case files from the death of Gabriel's mother. The more she read, the clearer it became. Gabriel had been a child when his mother died, but the circumstances surrounding her death had never added up. There had been no signs of forced entry into the house, no struggle. It was as if she had invited death in. And yet, Laura had never been able to determine who was responsible. Her instincts had told her that it was more than a simple suicide, but the evidence had never supported that theory. Gabriel's mother had been alone, and no one had ever suspected a thing. Or had they? The realization hit Laura like a punch to the stomach. What if Gabriel's mother hadn't been the victim of an outsider, but rather of someone close to her? What if Gabriel had witnessed the death, and in some twisted way, had been involved in his mother's murder? The possibility was unbearable, but as Laura thought it through, the signs pointed in that direction. Gabriel's fixation on his mother's death, his obsession with justice, it all seemed to point back to that night, the night when the course of both their lives had been changed forever. Laura pushed herself away from the desk, her mind racing. She needed more answers, but she couldn't do this alone. She called Carlos, hoping he was still at the station, and when he picked up, she immediately told him everything that had come to mind. "I think Gabriel's mother's death wasn't a suicide. I think he was involved, or at least he knows more than he's letting on." Carlos was silent for a moment, as if processing the weight of her words. "You think Gabriel killed his own mother?" "I don't know," Laura admitted, rubbing her forehead. "But I think he's hiding something. There's a connection between him and that case I missed all those years ago. I need to track down the people who were closest to his mother. Someone must know something." "All right," Carlos said, his voice firm. "I'll start digging into her past. I'll go through her personal contacts, see if anything stands out. You stay on Gabriel. We need to figure out who he's been talking to." Laura nodded, feeling a sense of urgency building within her. She couldn't let this go. Every new discovery felt like another piece of the puzzle falling into place. But the deeper she dug, the more she realized that the truth she was chasing was far darker than she could have imagined. That night, Laura visited the local archives to search for records on Gabriel's mother, desperate to find any clues that had been overlooked. It felt like she was walking in circles, retracing old steps, but as she combed through old police reports, something caught her eye: an old letter, tucked away in the corner of an unsorted file. It was a letter from Gabriel's mother, written just days before her death. The contents were cryptic, but one sentence stood out clearly: "I am afraid of what Gabriel has become." Laura's heart skipped a beat. Had Gabriel's mother known something about her son? Was there more to Gabriel than just the quiet man she had met in the apartment? The letter hinted at a growing fear, one that had been buried in the shadows. Laura was sure now Gabriel's mother had been terrified of her own son. But what had caused that fear? What had Gabriel done? With the letter in hand, Laura returned to the station and met with Carlos. She showed him the letter, and together they pieced together a disturbing possibility. Gabriel hadn't just been a victim of his mother's death. He had been the cause of it, either directly or indirectly. The fear in his mother's letter suggested that something had changed in Gabriel long before her death. The deeper Laura dug into Gabriel's past, the more twisted the truth seemed to become. She was starting to wonder if the murders weren't just about revenge, they were part of a far darker plan, one that involved more than just Gabriel. And now, she realized, she was caught in the middle of it all. The air felt thick with foreboding as Laura sat alone in her office, the letter from Gabriel's mother resting in front of her. The cryptic warning, "I am afraid of what Gabriel has become," gnawed at her thoughts. What had his mother known that no one else did? Had Gabriel always been capable of such darkness, or had something twisted inside him over the years? Laura's mind raced, trying to make sense of the tangled mess of clues that had slowly emerged. But it wasn't until late that evening that she would stumble upon the most disturbing revelation yet. She had been through countless files, sifting through old records and documents, when something caught her eye. A faded, leather-bound notebook was tucked into one of the folders. It was Gabriel's, and it hadn't been listed in any of the previous evidence reports. With trembling hands, she pulled it out and opened it. The first page was a scrawled, jagged mess of words, but the rest was much more coherent. It was Gabriel's diary, and every page was filled with disturbing details of his thoughts, his actions, and his plans. The first few pages read like the ramblings of a tortured soul. Gabriel's childhood had been dark, filled with the loss of his mother, the uncertainty of his father's neglect, and the strange behavior he had exhibited even as a young boy. His entries spoke of isolation, of being an outcast, but the further Laura read, the more chilling the words became. They weren't just thoughts of anger or sadness, they were thoughts of violence, of retribution. As Laura flipped through the pages, the entries grew more structured, more organized. Gabriel had planned the murders down to the smallest detail, each victim chosen carefully. The first death, the young woman found in the alley, had been a part of a twisted ritual that Gabriel had crafted over the years. He believed that the town owed his mother an apology, and he would stop at nothing to make them pay. His obsession with the past, with the injustices that had been done to him and his mother, had driven him to the point of madness. The further Laura read, the more she felt a cold chill crawl up her spine. Gabriel had been watching the town for years, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He had kept track of every small interaction, every slight he had ever endured, and in his mind, they had all been part of an elaborate plan. Each entry seemed to justify his actions, each murder a step closer to achieving his ultimate goal. The town, in his eyes, had never truly been innocent. They had all played a part in the suffering of his mother and, by extension, in his own descent into madness. The last few pages, however, were the most disturbing. Gabriel had written in detail about his plan for the final act, the climax of his twisted mission. He would not stop until he had destroyed everyone involved in his mother's death, and that included Laura. His final entry was short, almost poetic in its simplicity. The detective will be the last. She will see the truth before she dies. She will understand what must be done. Laura felt a wave of nausea hit her as the meaning of Gabriel's words sunk in. He had been planning this for years, using her as the final piece in his sick game. The realization was like a punch to the gut. Gabriel wasn't just targeting random people, he had been grooming her for this moment, making her the focal point of his entire plan. She had been his obsession, his final act. But there was something even more sinister in the pages of the diary. Gabriel had written about Laura's past, about the case that had haunted her for years. Somehow, he knew about her involvement in the investigation of his mother's death, and the more Laura read, the more she understood that Gabriel had been watching her long before she even knew he existed. He had manipulated every moment of their interactions, drawing her deeper into his web with each step. With trembling hands, Laura closed the diary and sat back in her chair. She had been chasing the wrong person. Gabriel had been playing her all along. He had been using her guilt, her unresolved feelings from the past, to draw her closer, to push her into his twisted game. And now, with this diary in her hands, she understood the true depth of the terror he had planned. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sharp buzz of her phone. It was Carlos. "Laura," his voice was strained, urgent. "We found something. Gabriel's father. We need to talk. Now." Laura stood up, the weight of the diary still heavy in her hands. She couldn't afford to let her emotions cloud her judgment. Not now. Gabriel's plan was coming to its horrifying conclusion, and Laura was at the center of it. But the more she thought about it, the more she realized that Gabriel wasn't just a killer. He was a product of the town, a creation of its neglect, its indifference. The town had made him what he was, and now it would have to face the consequences. Without another thought, Laura grabbed her coat and left the office, determination stealing her resolve. She had to stop Gabriel before it was too late, before his plan came to fruition. But with each step she took, she couldn't help but wonder if she was already too late. Laura's heart raced as she met Carlos at the station. The air in the room was thick with tension, and the buzz of activity around them seemed muted, as if the walls themselves were closing in. Carlos had discovered something alarming. Gabriel's father, the man who had disappeared from the town years ago, was tied to a string of incidents that went far beyond Gabriel's mother's death. It was clear now that the twisted family legacy had spread deeper than anyone had realized. Gabriel had been following in his father's footsteps, and it was no longer just a matter of revenge, it was about continuing a legacy of violence. But as they spoke, Laura felt a chill run down her spine. There was something in the air tonight, an unease that couldn't be ignored. The call she had received from Carlos earlier had unsettled her, but it was Gabriel's final entry in the diary that gnawed at her mind. "The detective will be the last." Those words echoed in her thoughts like a warning that had been carved into her soul. Gabriel had been planning something far more sinister, and she had walked straight into it. When Carlos told her that Gabriel's father had been spotted near an old abandoned factory on the outskirts of town, Laura knew exactly what was happening. Gabriel was ready to set his final act into motion, and she was the target. This was the trap he had been setting all along. It had been carefully orchestrated, just as he had written in his diary. Gabriel was going to confront her, and this time there would be no way out. She was the final piece in his sick puzzle. "Laura, you can't go alone," Carlos said, concern heavy in his voice as he tried to hold her back. But Laura could already feel the pull of the factory in her gut, like a magnetic force drawing her closer to the inevitable confrontation. There was no time to waste, no room for fear. She had to end this now, for herself, for the victims, and for the town that had been torn apart by this madness. "I'll be fine," Laura replied, her voice steady but laced with tension. "I need to do this, Carlos. He's been waiting for me. The longer I wait, the more lives are at risk." Without another word, she turned and left the station, the cold night air rushing past her as she made her way to the factory. Every step felt like a countdown, each one taking her closer to Gabriel's deadly trap. The factory loomed in the distance, its dark silhouette a stark contrast against the moonless sky. Once a thriving hub of industry, it now stood as a hollow shell of its former self, a perfect setting for the twisted drama that was about to unfold. Laura approached cautiously, every instinct on high alert. The building was eerily silent, save for the occasional creak of metal and the distant hum of the wind. Her breath came out in shallow gasps as she moved forward, her hand on the grip of her weapon. As she entered the factory, the silence was deafening. The walls were covered in grime, the floor littered with broken glass and discarded metal. It was as though time had stood still here, the place frozen in a moment of decay. Laura's footsteps echoed in the cavernous space, her senses heightened as she moved deeper into the factory. Her eyes darted around, searching for any sign of movement, but everything seemed still, as though she were walking into a carefully laid trap. A sound behind her made her spin around, but it was only a rat scurrying across the floor. She exhaled slowly, trying to steady her nerves, but the sense of being watched was overwhelming. Gabriel was here, somewhere, and she knew it. The factory felt alive with his presence, the air heavy with the weight of his obsession. It wasn't just the place he had chosen to confront her, it was where he had planned everything, where he had watched and waited for the perfect moment to strike. Then, from the shadows, a voice broke the stillness. "You're late, detective." It was Gabriel's voice, calm and unsettlingly serene. Laura's heart skipped a beat, and she turned toward the sound, but she couldn't see him. The factory seemed to swallow his words, making it impossible to pin down his exact location. He was watching her, toying with her, just as he had written in his diary. "I knew you'd come," Gabriel continued, his voice echoing around her. "You always come when you're needed. Always the hero, always the savior." His tone was mocking, yet there was a sense of finality in it, like he was preparing for the endgame. "But you're not the hero, detective. You're just another piece of this twisted game. And I'm the one who gets to decide how it ends." Laura's blood ran cold as the full realization hit her. Gabriel wasn't just trying to kill her, he was trying to break her, to destroy everything she had believed in. She had always thought of herself as a protector, a keeper of justice, but Gabriel was showing her how fragile that ideal was. He had been planning this all along, using her as his final victim, the one who would finally understand the horrors of his mind. Suddenly, a flash of movement in the shadows caught her eye. Laura raised her weapon instinctively, but Gabriel's silhouette melted into the darkness before she could get a clear shot. The trap was set, and she was now the prey. The factory seemed to close in around her, the walls pressing in as the echoes of Gabriel's voice filled her mind. He had planned every detail, every movement, and now she had no choice but to play his game. The factory was a labyrinth of shadows, its towering walls and rusted beams stretching out like a maze of forgotten memories. Gabriel's presence lingered in the air, thick and suffocating, as though the very building had been built to contain his madness. Laura's senses were on high alert, every nerve in her body screaming that she was being hunted. His mocking voice echoed around her, bouncing off the decaying walls in a haunting symphony. She knew he was close, always watching, always waiting. But she also knew that she couldn't let fear dictate her actions. She moved cautiously, each step calculated as she tried to keep her composure. She could feel the sweat beading on her forehead, her pulse pounding in her ears, but she didn't stop. Gabriel had set this trap with one goal in mind: to break her, to make her the final piece of his twisted plan. But Laura was no stranger to danger. She had faced death more times than she cared to count, and she wasn't about to let this man, this shadow of vengeance, be the one to bring her down. Suddenly, the faint sound of footsteps reached her ears, soft but distinct, like a predator stalking its prey. Laura froze, her body tensing as she searched the darkness around her. She knew better than to wait for Gabriel to make the first move. He was calculating, always in control, and she couldn't afford to play by his rules. In a split second, she spun around, her weapon raised, but the only thing she found was an empty, rusted conveyor belt moving slowly in the corner of the room. Her heart skipped a beat, and she cursed under her breath. Gabriel was toying with her, making her think she had no escape. It was a mind game, one that was designed to strip her of her composure and her will to fight. But Laura wasn't giving up. She had come this far, and she would survive. Gabriel's twisted plan was unraveling, and she was the one who would bring it to an end. She sprinted across the factory floor, her footsteps heavy against the concrete as she searched for any sign of a way out. The factory seemed endless, its dark corners filled with debris and broken machinery, but she refused to let herself be overwhelmed. The walls were closing in, the air growing thicker with each passing second, but Laura's instincts kept her moving forward. She knew that time was running out, that Gabriel's patience was wearing thin. As she rounded a corner, she suddenly felt the sharp sting of something cold against her side. She gasped, stumbling back as her hand instinctively went to her ribcage. Blood soaked through her jacket, the wound deep and painful, but Laura didn't stop. She gritted her teeth, pushing through the pain as her focus narrowed to one single goal: escape. She couldn't afford to bleed out in this godforsaken place. Gabriel's game had taken a turn, and now it was about survival. Laura's breath came in ragged gasps as she stumbled through the maze of machinery, her hand clutching her side to staunch the flow of blood. The sound of Gabriel's voice rang in her ears, mocking, taunting her, urging her to give up. "You can't run from me, detective. You never could," he whispered, his voice echoing through the cavernous space. But Laura's resolve only grew stronger. She was done playing by his rules. She reached a set of heavy metal doors at the back of the factory, their surfaces caked with years of rust. They were locked, but desperation made her hands move with precision. She yanked on the handles, her muscles straining, but they didn't budge. Panic flared in her chest, but she didn't let it control her. With a final, forceful pull, the door gave way, groaning on its hinges as it swung open just enough for her to slip through. The cold night air hit her like a slap to the face, and she gasped in relief, her body shaking with exhaustion. She had made it out. But as she stumbled into the open air, she could hear Gabriel's footsteps echoing behind her, closing in with every passing second. She wasn't free yet. She had to keep moving, keep fighting. This wasn't over. Laura pushed herself to her feet, ignoring the pain that surged through her body. She could see the dim outline of the factory gates up ahead, but she wasn't sure she could make it there in time. Gabriel's presence was like a dark cloud, hanging over her, growing closer with every step she took. She could feel the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end as his voice rang out once again, this time louder, more desperate. "You can't escape, Laura. You'll never escape." She didn't turn around. She couldn't afford to look back now. She ran faster, her feet pounding against the dirt road as she made her way toward the gates, praying that anyone would hear her. She couldn't die here, not in this godforsaken place. Not like this. She had to make it out. She had to stop Gabriel before it was too late. Just as she reached the gates, she heard a gunshot ring out behind her. The sound of the bullet whizzing past her ear was deafening, but she didn't falter. She shoved the gates open with all her strength and ran into the night, the factory behind her disappearing into the darkness. Gabriel's twisted game was far from over, but for now, Laura had won. She had escaped his trap, but she knew the real battle was just beginning. The cold air of the night wrapped around Laura as she stumbled away from the factory gates, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her side ached with every movement, the pain from the wound in her ribs sharp and unrelenting, but she forced herself to keep moving. She could hear Gabriel's voice fading into the distance, but the terrifying realization that she had barely escaped his clutches was settling in. She couldn't stop. Not now. Not until she knew the truth. Carlos had been waiting for her when she arrived at the station, his face a mixture of relief and concern. The moment Laura stepped inside, he rushed to her side, his eyes widening when he saw the blood staining her shirt. "You're bleeding," he said, his voice tense. "What the hell happened in there?" "I'm fine," Laura managed, though her voice betrayed her exhaustion. "We've got bigger problems. Gabriel. He's been playing us all along. This wasn't just about revenge. It's something much worse." Carlos's brow furrowed as he helped Laura sit down, but he said nothing, waiting for her to continue. The weight of the diary, the plans Gabriel had written, The twisted path he had laid out, it was all crashing down on Laura now. Everything she had thought she understood about Gabriel's motives was false. He wasn't just avenging his mother's death. He was following a much darker, more personal agenda. "I think Gabriel's been using me from the very beginning," Laura said, her voice strained as she looked at Carlos. "I thought I was just the detective assigned to his case, but I've been part of his plan all along. The final victim. The piece he needed to make everything come full circle." Carlos's face went pale as he processed her words. "You're saying he set you up to be the last one? But why?" Laura shook her head, trying to make sense of it all. "He knew about my past, about the case I never solved, about the death of his mother. He's been watching me. He's been toying with me, using my guilt and my failure to get to this point. He wanted me to be the one to unravel everything, the one who would understand before it was too late." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The room seemed to close in around them as the realization sank in. Gabriel's obsession had reached far beyond a desire for revenge. It was a sick, twisted form of justice in his mind, a way of forcing Laura to face the sins of the past. And now, she was the one who had to stop him, before he could finish what he had started. But as Laura glanced down at the blood-stained shirt, another thought crept into her mind. Gabriel's motive was starting to make sense, but there was something she hadn't pieced together yet, something that had been lingering in the background all along. Gabriel's connection to her wasn't just through the case. There was something more. "I need to know about Gabriel's father," Laura said suddenly, her eyes locking onto Carlos's. "He's been missing for years, right? But we know he was tied to Gabriel's mother's death. We need to find out who he really was." Carlos nodded immediately, grabbing his phone. "I'll pull every record I can. If Gabriel's father was involved in anything that could link him to all of this, we'll find it." Laura's mind raced. She had seen Gabriel's drawings, his twisted plans, but there was still a missing piece. If Gabriel's father had been involved in his mother's death, then there was a larger picture at play. Laura felt like she was standing on the edge of a precipice, just one step away from uncovering something far darker than she could have imagined. Hours passed as Carlos worked feverishly to find any relevant information, and Laura's mind remained focused on Gabriel. She couldn't help but replay the moments in the factory, his taunts, his obsession with her. It wasn't just about his mother's death, it was about Gabriel himself, about his twisted need for validation and recognition. He wanted her to be the one to stop him, the one to understand his pain. Finally, Carlos spoke, breaking her thoughts. "I found something. Gabriel's father wasn't just some random criminal. He had ties to a group, an underground network that operated in the shadows of this town. His connections were far-reaching. But here's the thing. Gabriel's father wasn't just running from the law. He was hiding from something far worse." Laura's heart sank as Carlos continued. Gabriel's father was part of a secret society, one that had been operating under the radar for years. And that society, it's still active. Gabriel's been trying to finish what his father started. Everything clicked into place with a sickening finality. Gabriel wasn't just avenging his mother's death, he was trying to continue his father's legacy. The murders, the games, the manipulations, it was all part of a much bigger plan. And Laura had been the key to it all. She had been chosen, not just to solve the case, but to bring the dark truth to light. Gabriel's plan was not just about revenge. It was about resurrection, a twisted, perverse resurrection of his father's influence over the town, over the people who had wronged him. Laura was the one who had to see it all, to understand the full extent of the nightmare Gabriel had created. And now, she had to stop him. The darkness of San Cristobal seemed to stretch infinitely as Laura and Carlos stood outside the old, decrepit building that had once been the center of Gabriel's father's underground operations. It had been abandoned for years, but the town's twisted history seemed to have brought it back to life. Laura's heart beat in her chest, a steady drum of adrenaline, as she prepared for the final confrontation with Gabriel. She had been chasing this nightmare for so long, but now she was no longer just the detective. She was the one who would end it. Carlos's voice broke the silence. "Are you sure about this? We don't know what he's capable of. This isn't just about murder anymore. It's about something much bigger." "I don't have a choice," Laura replied, her voice steady but laced with the tension that had been building inside her. "I'm the only one who can stop him. Gabriel thinks he's going to resurrect everything his father started, but he's wrong. I'm going to end this tonight." With a nod, Carlos stepped back, giving her space. He knew this wasn't just about justice anymore. It was about Laura's personal reckoning with the nightmare that had haunted her for years. Gabriel had been using her as the key to his twisted game, but now it was time for Laura to take control. This was no longer an investigation, it was war. The building loomed in front of them, a crumbling shell of its former self, its windows dark and lifeless. Gabriel had been here, had planned this final act with meticulous care. Laura's mind raced as she moved forward, her every step bringing her closer to the truth she had been desperate to uncover. Gabriel wasn't just a killer. He was a reflection of everything that had gone wrong in this town, a product of the darkness that had festered for generations. As she entered the building, the air felt colder, the weight of the past pressing down on her with every step. The flickering lights cast long shadows on the walls, stretching like tendrils reaching for her. She could almost feel Gabriel's eyes on her, watching from the corners of the room. It was silent, but the silence was suffocating, oppressive. Gabriel was here, and he was waiting. "I know you're here," Laura called into the darkness, her voice echoing off the walls. "This ends tonight, Gabriel. You've played your game long enough." A figure stepped out of the shadows, and for a moment, Laura's breath caught in her throat. It wasn't Gabriel, but his father's silhouette, a shadow of the man who had once ruled this town from the shadows. The figure was tall, imposing, but when it stepped into the light, Laura saw the truth. It was Gabriel, dressed in his father's clothes, his face twisted with a manic expression. "So, you've finally come to understand," Gabriel said, his voice low and filled with a strange, unsettling calm. "I've been waiting for you, detective. Waiting for you to see what was always meant to happen. You and I, we're not so different, are we? We both carry the weight of our pasts." Laura clenched her fists, her eyes narrowing on Gabriel. "You're not your father, Gabriel. You've been using him as an excuse for your own madness. You think you're bringing him back, but all you're doing is continuing his legacy of terror. This ends now." Gabriel's lips curled into a sadistic smile. "You think you can stop me? You think you can erase everything I've built? I'm not just continuing my father's work, Laura. I'm finishing what he started. The town will never be free of the darkness it created." He moved closer, his eyes never leaving hers. "You were supposed to be the one to stop this, to see what needed to be done. You failed once before, and now you'll fail again." Laura stood her ground, her resolve hardening with every word Gabriel spoke. He had been using her guilt, her failure to solve his mother's case, to manipulate her into this moment. But she wouldn't let him win. Not this time. Not again. "I'm not your pawn, Gabriel," she said, her voice steady, unwavering. "You think I failed? No, I've learned. And tonight, I finish what I started. This ends with you." The finality in her voice seemed to break something in Gabriel. His expression shifted from smug confidence to a flash of anger, and for a moment, Laura thought he might attack. But instead, he let out a dark laugh, a sound that echoed through the empty building like a death knell. "Very well, detective. If you're so eager to end it, then let's see who's stronger." His eyes darkened as he moved toward her, his every step calculated, as if he had anticipated this moment for years. Laura didn't hesitate. She lunged at him, her training kicking in as she tried to disarm him. But Gabriel was faster, more agile than she had expected, and the struggle turned into a deadly dance. He was relentless, using every advantage in the darkened room to his favor. They clashed, fists and desperation flying in every direction, both of them fighting not just for survival, but for control over the nightmare that had consumed their lives. In the midst of the struggle, Laura saw something in Gabriel's eyes, a flash of the broken boy he had once been. For a split second, the man before her wasn't a monster, but a lost soul, a victim of his own circumstances. But that brief moment of clarity vanished as quickly as it came, and the madness returned. With a surge of strength, Laura managed to knock Gabriel off balance, sending him crashing into a pile of debris. He lay there for a moment, stunned, but then pushed himself back to his feet, his eyes wild. He lunged at her again, but this time, Laura was ready. She acted quickly, her gun in her hand, and with one final decisive motion, she brought the nightmare to an end. Deadly secrets. Los Robles was the kind of town where nothing ever seemed to happen. Nestled between vast forests and towering mountains, it had an air of serenity that gave its residents a false sense of security. The sun set gently over the horizon every evening, casting long shadows over the quiet streets. People knew each other by name, smiled as they passed, and trusted the peace that surrounded them. No one ever expected anything disturbing to disturb the calm. It was on one such evening that the first murder struck. A local shopkeeper, Javier Herrera, was found dead in his small corner store, a single crimson line cutting through the darkness. The body was grotesque, sprawled in a pool of blood, and something about the scene felt wrong, unnervingly wrong. Javier's body was posed in an unnatural way, like a figure frozen in terror. A strange symbol, resembling an intricate spiral, was carved into his chest, the flesh still raw and fresh. Carlos Ortega, the town's lead detective, stood over the body, feeling a coldness settle into his bones. He had been a cop for nearly 20 years, but this was different. This was something far darker than the usual cases of petty theft or domestic disputes that had plagued the town. The symbol, a deliberate mark, was the first clue. But what did it mean? And who would kill someone so brutally, leaving such a grotesque scene in their wake? The investigators at the scene seemed uneasy. Their glances kept flicking back to Carlos, as if expecting him to take charge and make sense of the incomprehensible. Carlos took a deep breath, pushing down the unease bubbling in his gut. He'd seen murder before, but nothing like this. He glanced at the group of officers gathered around the body. They were visibly shaken, and he didn't blame them. A sense of dread hung in the air, a feeling that something was about to unfold that could not be stopped. "Detective, what do you think?" one of the officers asked, his voice trembling. Carlos turned his attention back to the victim. Javier had been a quiet man, a shopkeeper who kept to himself, never causing any trouble. Yet here he was, the first victim in a crime that seemed like it could shake the very foundation of Los Robles. Carlos' mind raced, but he kept his face expressionless. "I think we're dealing with something much worse than a random act of violence," he said quietly. As the night wore on and the scene was processed, Carlos couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. His mind wandered to his past, to darker days when the weight of unresolved crimes pressed heavily on his conscience. This case, this brutal murder, felt eerily familiar. But how could that be? He pushed the thought aside. This was a new case, a new investigation. It had nothing to do with his past. Or did it? Carlos moved away from the scene, his feet dragging slightly. The officers continued to comb through the shop, gathering evidence, but none of it made sense yet. The symbol, the brutality, and the seemingly random choice of victim, there was something deliberate about it. It wasn't just an act of violence, it was a message. But who was the message for? He walked toward his car, the night air biting at his skin. The chill in the breeze felt sharper now, colder, as though the town itself was aware that something terrible had just begun. The thought gnawed at him as he sat behind the wheel. He had dealt with darkness before, but this felt different. And for the first time in a long while, Carlos felt a pang of fear. Not for himself, but for Los Robles. The next morning, the news was all over town. Javier's murder was the only topic of conversation. Whispers circulated about what had happened, and fears began to mount. Was it a random attack? A gang initiation? Or something much worse? Rumors spread like wildfire, and soon, Carlos was called in for a meeting with the town mayor, Sofia de la Cruz. She was a sharp woman, no stranger to the unsettling feeling that hovered over the town. "Detective, what do we know?" Mayor de la Cruz asked, her voice filled with a mixture of concern and authority. Carlos looked at her for a moment before responding. "Not much, Mayor. We have a symbol, but no leads. No motive. No witnesses." He paused and then added, "This wasn't random. This feels calculated." De la Cruz stiffened. She had lived in Los Robles all her life, and she knew this town was far too peaceful to tolerate such violence. "What do you think it means?" Carlos hesitated. The truth was, he wasn't sure. But as he looked into her eyes, he felt something unspoken pass between them. A shared understanding. Something horrible had happened, and the town of Los Robles would never be the same again. Later that day, Carlos stood in front of his mirror, the reflection staring back at him with a haunting emptiness. He had been a detective for years, seen death and destruction, but never quite like this. He wasn't sure why this case was hitting him so hard. Maybe it was the brutality, or the strange feeling in the pit of his stomach. Or perhaps it was the haunting sensation that he had been here before, investigating something much darker, much deeper than the eyes could see. With a sigh, Carlos grabbed his coat and walked out of his office. The quiet town of Los Robles was still wrapped in the kind of peace that only existed on the surface. But beneath that peace, something terrible was lurking. And Carlos had just taken his first steps into the nightmare. Carlos didn't sleep much that night. His mind kept returning to the strange symbol carved into Javier's chest. He'd seen similar markings in the past, but never in such a deliberate context. His experience told him that the killer wasn't just random. This was planned. As the morning light began to creep into his office, Carlos found himself unable to escape the sinking feeling that something far more insidious was unfolding. The town of Los Robles, once so quiet and quaint, was becoming a dangerous place. The morning briefing was grim. Carlos met with his team, and the frustration was palpable. The autopsy report confirmed that Javier had been murdered with precision, and the symbol on his chest was no mere coincidence. The pathologist couldn't explain it. It didn't belong to any known criminal group or cult. There was no immediate link to anything they had on file. That was unsettling enough. But what really gnawed at Carlos was the lack of anything. No struggle, no personal items taken, not even any sign of forced entry. It was as if the killer had simply walked in and found Javier waiting for him. After the meeting, Carlos went back to the scene of the crime, hoping to find something the initial investigation had missed. He retraced his steps through the cluttered aisles of Javier's store. The place was still sealed off, the flashing lights from police cars casting long shadows on the walls. But as Carlos moved carefully around the small shop, his eyes fell on a row of books stacked neatly on the counter. Nothing unusual. But something caught his attention, a tiny scrap of paper, barely visible, wedged between two books. Carlos reached for it, careful not to disturb anything else in the room. The paper was old, yellowed with age, and had a faint, unfamiliar handwriting scribbled across it. The message was cryptic, but the first line made Carlos' blood run cold. "The spiral will find you." Below that was a small symbol, one that resembled the mark carved into Javier's body. It was a chill, a cold thread of fear creeping down his spine. This was no random act, it was a message. The idea that someone might be sending messages through cryptic symbols or notes twisted in Carlos' gut. Whoever the killer was, they weren't making it easy to track them. Every time he thought he was getting closer to the truth, a new mystery unfolded. His mind wandered to the old case he had worked on years ago, his sister's death. Was it possible that whatever darkness had claimed her was returning to haunt him? Could the killer be connected to that long-buried tragedy? Carlos kept the paper in his hand, turning it over and over as if searching for something more. But the more he examined it, the more questions formed in his mind. Who had written it? Why had it been hidden in this particular place? He couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning of something far larger and more terrifying than he could possibly imagine. Back at the station, he sat at his desk, poring over the case files. He was no stranger to puzzles, but this one felt different. The lack of witnesses, the bizarre clues, and the cold efficiency of the murder all pointed to something premeditated. It wasn't just a random act of violence, it was a statement. But what was the killer trying to say? And why was he or she targeting this small, seemingly insignificant town? Carlos' mind raced as he sifted through old case files. There had to be something, some kind of connection. He skimmed through pages of past unsolved cases, paying attention to any that shared similar patterns, but nothing stood out. Everything seemed to be in its place, until he reached a particular file. It was buried in the bottom of a drawer, almost as if someone didn't want it found. The date on the folder was decades old, but the name on the cover made Carlos freeze. The case file was from an unsolved murder in Los Robles, one that had occurred 25 years ago. The victim's name was Maria Ortega, Carlos' mother. He hadn't thought about the case in years, but seeing it now sent a shock through him. Maria's murder had always been a mystery. There had been no suspect, no motive, no answers. His family had never spoken of it, and Carlos had buried the pain of her death in the deep recesses of his mind. But now, something about the case seemed to connect in ways he couldn't quite explain. The more he thought about it, the more the old case and the current murder seemed to mirror each other. The brutality, the lack of clues, the eerie calm before and after each death, it was all too familiar. He closed the file with trembling hands and stared out of his office window, trying to gather his thoughts. Was the killer trying to send a message about his family's past? Was he or she trying to draw him back into a nightmare that Carlos had spent years trying to escape? At that moment, Carlos realized he couldn't ignore the feeling that something larger was at play. The symbols, the cryptic messages, and the coldness of the murders weren't just random acts of violence, they were deliberate, meant to pull Carlos into something far darker. As he sat there, the truth began to form, chilling in its implications. Whoever was behind these killings had a personal vendetta, and Carlos was somehow at the center of it. The question was how much of it was a past he thought he had left behind? Carlos knew he couldn't ignore the connection any longer. He would have to dig into his family's past and confront the ghosts he had left buried for so long. But as he gathered his thoughts and prepared to go deeper into the investigation, A sense of unease crept over him. This wasn't just a murder case, it was a ticking time bomb. The spiral would find him, whether he was ready or not. Carlos couldn't shake the weight of his mother's case, the one buried so deeply in his mind. It wasn't just a coincidence. Something in his gut told him that the current murders were a twisted reflection of the tragedy from years ago. His mother's death had never been solved, and he had carried the unresolved pain with him for decades. But now, as the killings in Los Robles began to pile up, it seemed as if the past was reaching out to reclaim him. And he couldn't ignore the eerie parallels. His mother, Maria Ortega, had been a vibrant woman. She had been a pillar in their family, always there to guide him, protect him. He was just a boy when she died. It had shaken the entire town, and the investigation was quick to go cold. No one had ever been charged, and the case was eventually closed, but Carlos knew in his heart that it wasn't an accident. There had been too many signs, too many things that didn't add up. The grief had consumed his family, but no one dared to speak of it. They had all moved on, pretending that the tragedy had never happened. Carlos hadn't wanted to confront his mother's death, but the weight of the new case made it unavoidable. The dark past was pulling him back. The pattern of brutal killings, the strange symbols, the cryptic messages, it all felt too familiar, too personal. He thought about the days that followed his mother's death, the time when he had tried to block everything out. The guilt had eaten at him. He was supposed to protect her. And yet, when she needed him the most, he had failed. The more he thought about it, the more the pieces began to fit. The murders in Los Robles, though recent, seemed to echo the same terrifying pattern that had once been present in his own family. His mother's murder had never been solved, but now, after so many years, it felt like the truth was finally clawing its way to the surface. The killer from the past was coming back, and Los Robles was the stage. But what was the connection? Why now? Carlos didn't realize he had been sitting at his desk for hours, his mind spinning in circles. The case had become a mirror to his own grief, and he wasn't sure how to proceed. He wanted to dig deeper into his family's past, but doing so meant opening old wounds that had never healed. It meant going back to a time when he had been too young to understand what was really happening, when everything had been covered up by whispers and half-truths. He decided to go back to his childhood home, the house where his mother had died. Maybe something had been left behind, some clue hidden in plain sight. His childhood home had always been a place of sorrow for him. After her death, it had been sold, and the memories of it had become distant, clouded by the years. But as Carlos stood in front of the house again, the old memories flooded back. The house had been sold years ago, but there was still something haunting about it. The place had been empty for so long. It was now just a shell, worn down by time. Inside, nothing had changed much. The furniture was gone, but the faint scent of her perfume still lingered in the air. Carlos wandered through the empty rooms, each one a snapshot of a past he had long tried to forget. The kitchen, where his mother had prepared countless meals. The living room, where they had once sat together in silence, sharing quiet moments. It was all gone now, replaced by the hollow echo of memories. But it wasn't the house that haunted him, it was the questions that had never been answered. Carlos found himself in his mother's old study, a room he hadn't dared to enter in years. The dust had settled on everything, but a single drawer in the desk caught his attention. He pulled it open slowly, almost afraid of what he might find. Inside was a stack of old papers, yellowed with age, but the most striking thing was the sealed envelope on top. It had his name written in his mother's neat handwriting. His heart raced as he opened the envelope, careful not to tear the fragile paper. Inside was a letter, addressed to him. It was short, but the words were enough to send a chill down his spine. Carlos, I've made terrible mistakes. The truth will come to light. You must never forget who you are. The letter was signed simply M. Carlos stared at the letter, feeling the weight of his mother's words. It was clear that she had known something. She had been keeping secrets, hiding a truth that was far darker than he could ever have imagined. His hands trembled as he set the letter down. The killer's return wasn't just a random act of violence, it was a part of something much bigger. A legacy of darkness tied to his family, and now it was his burden to uncover the truth. He knew he couldn't ignore this any longer. The town of Los Robles was just the beginning. The spiral had already begun, and Carlos was tangled in its grip. His mother's death had been the first step, but the real terror lay hidden beneath the surface. It was time for him to face the past, and the cost of doing so would be far greater than he had ever imagined. Carlos left the house in a daze, his mind swirling with the implications of the letter. He could feel the weight of the past closing in on him, but he had no choice. The killer, the symbols, the messages, they were all tied to the truth of his family's past. And now, he had to follow the clues wherever they led, no matter how terrifying or painful it might be. There was no turning back. Carlos couldn't stop thinking about the letter he had found in his mother's study. Her cryptic words echoed in his mind as he drove through the town, the familiar streets suddenly feeling foreign, as if the very essence of Los Robles had changed overnight. His mother's death had always been a distant memory, a shadow he had pushed aside, but now it was impossible to ignore. It was as if the past and present were colliding, and every step he took brought him closer to a truth he wasn't ready to face. It wasn't long before his mind shifted to Lucas, a name that had come up time and again in his recent thoughts. Lucas had been one of his closest childhood friends. They had spent countless hours together, from playing in the woods behind their homes to sneaking into places they shouldn't. But as they grew older, their paths diverged. Carlos had become a detective, while Lucas, always a bit odd, had retreated into himself. Still, Carlos couldn't shake the feeling that something about Lucas had never sat right with him. Lucas had always been a bit of an outsider, even when they were children. His family was poor, and though his father had worked hard, there was always a sense of shame surrounding him. The other kids didn't understand Lucas, and neither did Carlos, at least not completely. But as time passed, Carlos had distanced himself from him, focusing instead on his career and the responsibilities that came with it. Now, he was beginning to wonder if that distance had been a mistake. Could Lucas be the one behind these murders? Carlos made his way to Lucas' small apartment in the heart of town. The building was old and run down, a far cry from the houses of the other town residents. Lucas had never been one to keep up appearances, and Carlos had always wondered how he managed to survive in such a place. But as Carlos knocked on the door, the quiet anticipation in his chest began to grow. Something told him that he was about to uncover something he hadn't expected. The door creaked open, and Lucas appeared in the doorway, his eyes wide and distant. His once youthful face had hardened with time, and his hair was unkempt, his clothes disheveled. He looked like a man who hadn't seen the light of day in weeks. Carlos. Lucas' voice cracked slightly, as though he hadn't spoken to anyone in days. What brings you here? Carlos studied him closely, trying to read his face, to find some trace of guilt or nervousness. But there was nothing. Lucas seemed almost too calm, as though he was expecting this visit. I need to ask you some questions, Lucas, Carlos said, his tone more forceful than he intended. About the murders. The symbol. I think you know something. Lucas' eyes flickered for a moment, but he quickly masked his reaction. I don't know anything, he said softly, his voice lacking the urgency Carlos had expected. What do you mean, Carlos? Murders? What are you talking about? Carlos took a step forward, his voice lowering to a near whisper. I found something that connects you to all of this. I need you to tell me the truth, Lucas. You're not just a bystander in this. The silence stretched between them for what felt like an eternity. Carlos could almost feel the weight of the words hanging in the air, and he watched as Lucas' expression flickered, first confusion, then fear. It was subtle, but it was there. I didn't do it, Lucas said, his voice quivering now. But I know who did. Carlos was taken aback. What do you mean? Who did this? His voice was tight with both fear and hope that Lucas could finally provide the answers that had eluded him for so long. Lucas stepped back from the door, and Carlos followed him inside. The apartment was sparsely furnished, a small couch pushed against the wall, and a table cluttered with old newspapers and empty coffee cups. The atmosphere was suffocating, heavy with the scent of stale air and loneliness. Lucas gestured for Carlos to sit, but Carlos remained standing. His mind was racing, the weight of Lucas' admission pulling him deeper into the mystery. I can't explain everything, Lucas continued, his eyes darting around the room as if expecting someone to be listening. But I know who's behind it all. And it's someone you would never suspect, Carlos. Someone close to you. Someone with a past just as dark as mine. Carlos froze, his heart pounding in his chest. What are you talking about? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Lucas looked him in the eye and said, The killer, the one leaving those symbols, it's your family. The words hit Carlos like a punch to the gut. His family. How could that be? He had spent his whole life trying to distance himself from the darkness of his bloodline, but now it seemed inescapable. His mind spun with possibilities. Was Lucas just trying to confuse him, or was he telling the truth? There was only one way to find out, but Carlos knew that whatever path he took from here would only lead him deeper into the nightmare he had been trying to outrun. Carlos stood there, processing Lucas' words. The air in the small apartment grew heavier with each passing second. His mind struggled to make sense of what he had just heard. His family. It couldn't be. It didn't make sense. But Lucas wasn't the kind of man to make baseless accusations. Carlos had known him too long. There had to be some truth in what he said, even if it sounded impossible. Lucas looked at Carlos with a mixture of fear and determination. He seemed to be waiting for Carlos to say something, but Carlos couldn't find his voice. How could this be happening? The murders, the symbols, the cryptic messages, they had all pointed to something far darker than a random act of violence. But the idea that it could be someone close to him, someone from his own family, was beyond anything he could comprehend. I don't know the details, Lucas continued, his voice hoarse, but I've seen things, heard things. Your family. There's something you don't know, something buried deep in the past. It's not just a coincidence that these killings are happening now. His eyes seemed to lock onto Carlos, searching for understanding. It's tied to your bloodline. I'm sure of it. Carlos felt a cold shiver crawl down his spine. His own bloodline? He had always known there was darkness in his past, but never had he imagined it would come back to haunt him in such a grotesque way. What are you saying? He whispered, barely able to speak the words. Lucas swallowed hard, his hands trembling. I don't have all the answers, Carlos. But I know that the killer, he or she, has a connection to your family's history. There's something about your mother's death. It's more than just an unsolved case. It's the key to all of this. Carlos' mind raced. His mother's death had always been a mystery, but the idea that it could be connected to the recent murders was too much. He had spent years trying to put the pieces together, but now it seemed that the answers had been right in front of him all along. He had to face the truth, no matter how horrifying it might be. "How do you know all this?" Carlos asked, trying to steady his breath. "Why didn't you tell me before?" Lucas shook his head, his eyes wide with panic. "I couldn't. I didn't understand it all until recently. But now it's too late. The killer's coming for you, Carlos. And they won't stop until they've finished what they started." Carlos stood frozen, his mind reeling. The idea that his family was somehow connected to these killings was unfathomable, but deep down, he knew that Lucas was right. The spiral of violence and terror wasn't just about the present, it was about something much older, something Carlos had never been able to escape. He had to confront the truth, no matter how much it terrified him. His family had secrets, and those secrets were about to be exposed in the most brutal way possible. The killer wasn't just targeting the town. They were targeting him, specifically. And that meant Carlos had to go deeper into his family's past than ever before, even if it meant uncovering things he wasn't ready to face. As Carlos left Lucas' apartment, the weight of what he had learned pressed heavily on his chest. He felt like a man walking through a nightmare, unable to wake up. There was a chilling sense of inevitability in the air now, as if the killer had already planned every step of the journey that lay ahead. It wasn't just a matter of solving the case anymore. It was a race against time to stop a killer who knew everything about him and everything about his family. Back at the station, Carlos tried to focus on the case, but his thoughts kept drifting to the letter from his mother. What had she known? Why had she written to him, warning him about a truth that was hidden so deeply? What was it about his bloodline that connected them to this horror? He couldn't find the answers by sitting at his desk, looking through case files. He needed to confront his family directly. Carlos made the decision then and there. He would go to his mother's grave, the place where it all began. Maybe, just maybe, he would find the answers he had been searching for. But even as he thought about it, a feeling of dread washed over him. He knew the killer wasn't far behind, and he wasn't sure if he could outrun them. The spiral had begun, and there was no way to stop it. As he drove through the familiar streets of Los Robles, his mind was a whirlpool of conflicting thoughts and emotions. He had always believed that the past should stay buried. But now, it seemed as if the past had come alive, determined to drag him back into the darkness. He couldn't escape it. He could only face it head-on. When he reached the cemetery, the sun had already set, casting long shadows across the rows of gravestones. He walked alone through the quiet graveyard, his footsteps muffled by the soft earth beneath him. The tombstone for his mother stood out among the others, a simple stone marking her life. But to Carlos, it represented a world of unanswered questions, a world he had never truly explored until now. Standing there, in front of the grave, Carlos felt a strange mix of anger, grief, and fear. The time had come to confront the past no matter what it cost him. The moon hung low in the sky as Carlos stood at his mother's grave, staring down at the cold stone. The silence of the cemetery wrapped around him like a suffocating blanket. His mother's death had always been a haunting presence in his life, something he had tried to forget, but the truth was undeniable now. Every step he took led him closer to a terrifying reality. His family's dark past was intertwined with the killings in Los Robles, and the killer was targeting him. Carlos's mind raced as he remembered Lucas's words, the urgency in his voice. "The killer's coming for you, Carlos." It was a chilling thought, one that sent a shiver down his spine. The weight of his family's secrets was heavier than ever, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could carry them. The spiral, the symbol, the murders, they all pointed back to the same inescapable truth. But what was the truth? What had been buried so deeply that it had taken this form, this violent return? He turned away from the grave, determined to find the answers. The town of Los Robles was still reeling from the murders, but Carlos knew that he couldn't wait for the case to unfold on its own. He had to take control. The blood trail was in his hands now, and it was his responsibility to follow it wherever it led. But as he walked back to his car, the weight of his decisions bore down on him. The past was catching up, and the killer was too close for comfort. Carlos drove through the winding roads of the town, the headlights cutting through the darkness. The quiet of the night seemed deafening, as though the town itself was holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. He had no plan, no strategy, only the sense that he had to keep moving. The killer was always one step ahead, but he couldn't let fear control him. He had to follow the trail of blood, even if it led him to the very heart of his family's darkest secrets. His first stop was the local library. He needed to dig deeper into the history of Los Robles, to understand the town's past and any connection it might have to his family. The library was quiet, its halls dimly lit by flickering overhead lights. The librarian, an elderly woman who had worked there for decades, recognized Carlos immediately. "You're looking for something, detective?" she asked, her voice soft and curious. Carlos nodded, glancing around. "I need access to the town archives. The older records, if possible." The librarian gave him a long look, as if she could sense the weight of the question he was asking. But she didn't hesitate. "Follow me," she said, leading him to a back room filled with dusty shelves and boxes of old newspapers and documents. The smell of old paper filled the air, and Carlos couldn't shake the feeling that he was about to uncover something he wasn't prepared to see. The librarian left him alone in the room, and Carlos set to work. He combed through pages of local history, looking for any connection to the murders, anything that might give him a clue. It wasn't long before he found something that made his heart stop. An old article, buried at the back of a box, reported a series of strange disappearances in the town decades ago, disappearances that had never been solved. The names were unfamiliar, but the pattern was the same. People had vanished, leaving behind nothing but rumors and whispers. As Carlos read through the article, his eyes widened. One name stood out: Maria Ortega, his mother. The article detailed the disappearance of a woman with that name, just weeks before her body had been found. The article made no mention of murder, just that Maria Ortega had been found dead, and the cause of her death was never determined. But the more Carlos read, the more he realized something was terribly wrong. His mother had never disappeared. She had been murdered, and someone had covered it up. This was no accident, it was part of something much larger. Carlos leaned back in his chair, his mind spinning. The blood trail was becoming clearer, but it was leading him into a darkness he hadn't anticipated. The murders, the disappearances, the symbols, it all pointed back to the same place. The truth about his family was beginning to emerge, but it wasn't the truth he wanted to hear. It was worse. Much worse. He slammed the file shut, his hands trembling. This wasn't just about solving a series of murders anymore. It was about confronting the very foundation of his existence. His family had been involved in something sinister, something that had lasted for generations. The killer was not just a murderer, they were a part of this twisted legacy, and Carlos was no different. He was part of it, whether he liked it or not. Carlos left the library in a daze, his thoughts scattered. The trail of blood was now undeniable, but the implications were almost too much to bear. His family had hidden the truth for so long, and now it was all coming to light. The killer was still out there, and Carlos knew he had to find them before it was too late. But the closer he got to the truth, the more he realized that the line between hunter and hunted was beginning to blur. As he drove through the streets of Los Robles, his mind was a storm of emotions. The weight of his mother's death, the blood trail that had led him here, and the killer who was always just behind him. The spiral was tightening, and Carlos was caught in its grip. There was no turning back now. The blood trail would either lead to salvation or to his own destruction. Carlos arrived at the scene of the most recent murder just as the sun began to rise. The body of the victim lay in the same position as the others, the same symbol carved into their chest. It was clear that the killer was sending a message, one that Carlos was only beginning to understand. The town was caught in the grip of a twisted legacy, and it was up to him to stop it before it consumed everyone. The blood trail had led him here, but Carlos knew that the real horror was still waiting for him in the shadows. He was closer to the killer now than ever before, but the closer he got, the more he realized that the true danger lay not just in stopping the murders, but in the terrible secrets he was about to uncover about his own family. Carlos stood in front of the body, his heart racing. The victim was yet another unfortunate soul from the town of Los Robles, lying dead in the same horrific manner as the others. The familiar symbol was carved into their chest, marking them as another piece in the killer's twisted puzzle. But something about this one was different. As Carlos examined the scene more closely, he noticed subtle details that made his blood run cold. The victim's eyes were wide open, staring into the sky, and their expression was one of pure terror. It wasn't just the brutality of the murder that was unsettling. It was the growing sense that he was closing in on the killer, yet nothing was making sense. Every clue seemed to lead him further into confusion. The symbols, the cryptic messages, and the history of his family, they all felt connected. But how? What did it all mean? He felt as if he was standing on the edge of a precipice, ready to fall into the unknown. Carlos's thoughts wandered back to the things Lucas had said. The killer wasn't just targeting anyone. They were targeting him. And according to Lucas, the killer was someone very close to him, a member of his own family. The revelation hit him like a blow to the chest, and for a moment he couldn't breathe. How could it be? How could someone from his own bloodline be capable of such unspeakable violence? He forced himself to shake off the wave of panic. He couldn't afford to let fear control him now. The killer was out there, and he was getting closer with each passing day. Carlos had to find the answers. He had to stop them before the spiral of violence reached its deadly conclusion. The images of his mother's death, the unfinished case, haunted him now more than ever. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that the true killer wasn't just trying to finish the work they had started years ago. They were trying to erase something. A secret buried in his family's past. Something that, once revealed, would change everything Carlos had ever known about his own identity. Carlos's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of Mayor Sofia de la Cruz. Her face was pale, and there was an unmistakable tension in her eyes. "Detective Ortega," she said softly, stepping closer, "we need to talk. There's something you need to see." Without waiting for a response, the mayor led him to a nearby building that had been set up as a temporary command center. Inside, a large bulletin board covered with maps and photos detailed the entire investigation. But it wasn't the board that caught Carlos's attention, it was the man standing beside it. A man he hadn't seen in years. It was his uncle, Victor Ortega, Carlos's father's brother. Victor had always been a distant figure in his life, someone who never quite fit into the family's tight-knit circle. He had always kept to himself, and Carlos hadn't thought about him in years. But here he was, standing in front of him, looking as calm and collected as ever. Too calm. Something about his presence felt off. Carlos's heart skipped a beat. "Uncle Victor," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "What are you doing here?" Victor turned to face him, a small smile on his lips, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "I've been keeping track of the case, Carlos. We all have. The town is in danger, and it's time we did something about it." The words sent a chill through Carlos. There was something in his uncle's voice, something that felt rehearsed, too controlled. "You're involved in this, aren't you?" Carlos said, his voice trembling with anger and disbelief. "This is all part of the past, isn't it? The killings, the symbols. It's all connected to our family, to what happened to my mother." Victor didn't flinch. He merely regarded Carlos with an almost pitying expression. "You don't understand, do you?" he said, his voice low and measured. "This isn't just about your mother. It's about something much older, something much darker." Carlos took a step back, his mind reeling. "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" He had to know the truth, no matter how horrific it might be. Victor's eyes gleamed with a strange, unsettling intensity as he spoke. "The truth is that your family is cursed. Your bloodline is bound by a secret, a power that has been passed down through generations. And the killer? They're just trying to finish what we started." Carlos recoiled, unable to process the words. "A curse? A power?" he repeated, his voice barely audible. "This is madness." Victor's smile grew wider, almost cruel. "No, Carlos. It's the truth. Your mother knew it, and she tried to stop it. But she couldn't. And now, it's your turn to carry the burden." The revelation hit Carlos like a sledgehammer. He felt as if the ground had been ripped out from under him. His family, his bloodline, everything he thought he knew about his past was a lie. There was something dark and ancient at the core of his family's history, and now it was coming to collect. Victor's voice was cold and final. "The killer is trying to release what has been contained for so long. And if you don't stop them, it will destroy everything. Your town, your family, everything." Carlos felt a surge of anger and disbelief. He had to stop the killer. But more than that, he had to uncover the truth about his family's curse, about the twisted legacy that had led to this moment. The blood trail had led him here, to this revelation, but the final truth was still out of his reach. And he knew that in order to stop the killer, he would have to confront the darkest parts of his own family's past. Carlos stood frozen, the weight of Victor's words crashing down on him. He had expected many things: an explanation, a confession, maybe even a twisted admission of guilt, but this? A curse? A dark power bound to his bloodline? He couldn't comprehend it. Every instinct told him to turn away, to refuse to believe what his uncle was saying. But deep down, in the pit of his stomach, something stirred. A terrible truth was emerging, one that he could no longer ignore. Victor's cold eyes watched him, as though he were savoring the moment. "I know this is hard to accept, Carlos," he said softly, his voice a strange mixture of sympathy and finality. "But you can't escape it. It's in your blood. You've been running from it your entire life, and now it's time for you to face what's been set in motion." Carlos struggled to swallow the lump in his throat. His whole life, he had thought he was just another man trying to make sense of the chaos of the world. He had believed that his family's past was buried, forgotten, erased by time. But now it was clear. His past wasn't just an unfortunate series of events, it was a legacy of violence, a dark inheritance that would never let him go. "You don't understand," Carlos muttered, shaking his head. "This is insane. There's no curse. There's no power. This is just a man, a murderer, trying to get away with it." But even as he said the words, he realized they lacked conviction. His mind was in turmoil, unable to reconcile the person he thought he knew with the horrible reality that was unfolding before him. Victor took a step closer, his gaze unwavering. "You think this is just a man?" The killer is only part of the equation. The true horror comes from what is hidden within your family. Your mother knew it. She tried to stop it, but she failed. His voice dropped to a whisper. And now, it's your turn. Carlos stumbled backward, his legs weak beneath him. The revelation of his family's dark legacy felt like a heavy hand pressing down on him, suffocating him. "My mother," he repeated, voice cracking. What did she know? What was she trying to stop? But Victor remained silent for a moment, as though savoring the torment in Carlos' eyes. The silence between them stretched, thick and unbearable, before Victor finally spoke. She knew that the killer was not just a man, they were the last of a line that had been tied to your family for centuries. The spiral, the symbol, the blood, they were all part of a ritual, a blood debt that has been passed down from one generation to the next. The curse is real, Carlos, and it's time for you to finish what was started. Carlos's heart pounded in his chest as if it were trying to break free. This couldn't be happening. The killer, the symbols, the blood, the ties to his family, everything had been leading to this moment. And yet, he couldn't bring himself to fully understand the depth of it. The truth was too much to bear. "You want me to finish it?" Carlos whispered, his voice hoarse with disbelief. "You want me to carry this legacy of death and destruction?" His anger flared up suddenly, and he turned away from Victor, pacing furiously. I won't be a part of it. I refuse to be a part of this madness." Victor's gaze darkened. "You don't have a choice, Carlos. You never did. You're part of this bloodline, and the killer is coming for you. You think you can outrun it, but you can't. The spiral will find you, just like it found your mother, and you will either accept your fate or become the next victim." The finality in Victor's voice struck Carlos like a blow to the chest. There was no escape. The truth was out, and there was no running from it now. He was trapped, caught in the grip of something far larger and darker than he could have ever imagined. The blood trail had led him to this moment, to this confrontation with the past. And no matter how much he tried to deny it, he could feel the curse, the weight of it, pressing in on him. Carlos took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. His mind was racing, his heart pounding, but he knew he had one choice left: to confront the killer, to face whatever awaited him in the shadows. The final encounter was inevitable. He had no choice but to see it through to the end, no matter the cost. He had to stop the killer. He had to stop the curse before it destroyed everything he had left. The town of Los Robles had already paid the price for his family's sins. The murders, the terror, the blood, it had all led him here. But now, standing face to face with his uncle, Carlos knew that the time for running was over. He had to finish this, no matter what it cost. The killer was closer than ever, and Carlos was determined to end the nightmare that had been tormenting his family for generations. As Carlos turned and walked toward the door, he felt a strange sense of calm settling over him. The spiral, the curse, the killer, it all led to one thing: the final confrontation. There was no escaping the past. But perhaps, in this final moment, he could still make a choice. He could face the darkness, or let it consume him. And he would do whatever it took to stop it, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Carlos drove through the streets of Los Robles with a sense of urgency, the weight of Victor's revelation still pressing heavily on him. The town, which had once seemed like a peaceful place to live, now felt like a cage, its walls closing in around him. Every step he took, every decision he made, brought him closer to an inevitable truth that he wasn't sure he could face. The killer, the curse, the bloodline, it all had to be dealt with. But the question was how. What could he do now that he knew the full extent of the darkness that had always surrounded his family? As he approached the outskirts of town, Carlos could feel his heart pounding in his chest. He was closing in on the truth, but the truth was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. The killer wasn't just an individual. It was part of a legacy, something that had been carefully hidden for generations. His family's past had been a carefully guarded secret, and now that the truth was out, Carlos felt like a puppet with the strings pulled taut. No matter what he did, he would never be free from this curse. He parked outside the old family estate, the house that had once been a symbol of his family's power and prestige. Now, it was nothing more than a decaying relic of a dark past. The windows were boarded up, and the yard was overgrown with weeds. It had been years since Carlos had set foot on the property. His father had died long before he had ever made peace with the family legacy, and his mother's death had sealed his decision to sever ties with the house and everything it stood for. But now he had no choice. The truth about his family had brought him back, and there was something in this house, something hidden within its walls, that he needed to uncover. The killer had to be stopped, and the only way to do that was to confront the roots of the curse. He had to face the darkness that had been passed down through his bloodline. Carlos pushed open the rusted gate, the creak of the hinges sounding like a warning. The air felt heavy as he walked toward the front door, each step making the ground feel colder beneath him. He had never felt so exposed, so vulnerable, as he did now. The house was watching him, and he could feel the presence of something ancient and powerful lurking within. Inside, the house was just as he remembered it, dark, oppressive, and filled with shadows. The air was thick with dust, and the scent of decay lingered in every corner. He moved cautiously through the house, stepping lightly over the creaking floorboards. Each room he entered felt like a step deeper into the past, a past that had been buried for too long. But there was no escaping it now. The answers he sought were here, hidden in the very foundation of this place. As he walked through the old hallway, his eyes were drawn to a door at the end of the corridor, one that he had never dared open as a child. It had always been locked, a place that was off-limits even to him. But now, it seemed to beckon him. The final piece of the puzzle was behind that door, and he knew it was time to face whatever lay on the other side. With trembling hands, Carlos reached for the door, the cold brass handle biting into his palm. He turned it slowly, and the door creaked open with an eerie groan. The room beyond was small and cramped, filled with old furniture draped in white sheets. But what caught his attention was the large chest in the center of the room, its lid slightly ajar. It was the same chest his mother had always kept locked, the one she had never allowed him to open. Carlos's breath caught in his throat as he approached the chest, his hands shaking. He knew that whatever was inside would change everything. He had no idea what to expect, but he couldn't turn back now. The lid creaked open, revealing a stack of old yellowed papers, bound together with a string. He lifted them slowly, as if afraid they would crumble to dust in his hands. The first page was a letter, written in his mother's handwriting. It was addressed to him, just like the one he had found in her study. He read the words aloud, his voice barely above a whisper. "Carlos, the truth is more terrible than you could ever imagine. Our family has always been bound to something darker than we realize. The curse is real, and it is not something we can escape. But you must know, the killer is not just an enemy. They are the last hope for us to end the bloodline's torment. You must stop them, or you will be trapped in this legacy forever." Carlos stared at the letter, his hands trembling as he read it again. His mother had known. She had known everything. And now, she had left him with the responsibility to end it all. The killer, the curse, the bloodline, it was all connected, and only by confronting the killer could he put an end to the legacy that had haunted his family for so long. The room seemed to close in on him as the weight of his mother's words settled in. The killer wasn't just a murderer. They were the key to breaking the curse, to ending the torment that had been passed down through the generations. But in order to stop them, Carlos would have to face the most terrifying truth of all. The killer was someone he knew, someone he trusted, someone who had been a part of his life for far longer than he realized. Carlos stood there, the weight of his mother's letter still in his hands. The world around him seemed to blur, and for a moment, he wasn't sure if the words on the page were real or if they were part of some twisted nightmare. But deep down, he knew they were the truth. The killer wasn't just a random act of violence, it was the culmination of a bloodline's dark history, a curse that had to be stopped before it consumed everything. And the key to ending it lay with the killer, someone he knew, someone who had been in his life for years. He looked around the room, his heart pounding in his chest. The chest, the letter, the revelations, they had all led him to this moment. He had always believed that the horrors of his family's past were buried, forgotten, and that he could escape them. But now, he realized that there was no escaping the darkness that had shaped him, no running from the legacy that had been passed down through the generations. It was time to face it, head on. Carlos knew what he had to do. He had to find the killer, confront them, and put an end to the curse once and for all. But the more he thought about it, the more the dread grew. This wasn't just about stopping a murderer. This was about breaking free from the cycle that had bound his family for generations. And he wasn't sure if he was strong enough to do it. The killer's identity was still a mystery, but Carlos had a sinking feeling in his gut. The pieces were coming together, but they were coming together too quickly, too violently. Every instinct he had screamed that he was getting closer to the truth, and yet, the truth seemed even more elusive with every step. He couldn't help but wonder, what if he was already too late? What if the killer was already watching him, waiting for the final confrontation? He left the house and drove through the darkened streets of Los Robles, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. The town, once so familiar, now seemed like a maze of shadows and whispers. Everywhere he looked, he felt the eyes of the past watching him. The killers, the ghosts, the family curse, it was all there, waiting to consume him. And yet, despite the fear that gripped him, Carlos knew he couldn't turn back now. He had come too far. His phone buzzed in his pocket, pulling him out of his thoughts. It was a message from an unknown number. He opened it, his fingers trembling as he read the short, chilling message. "I'm coming for you, Carlos. The spiral will find you, just like it found your mother." The words sent a jolt of fear through his body. It was a message from the killer. They knew where he was. They knew who he was. And they were coming for him. The realization struck him like a hammer to the chest. There was no more time to waste. The final confrontation was inevitable. He had to find the killer before it was too late. But where could he go? Who could he trust? Carlos's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a car engine in the distance. He slowed his car and pulled over to the side of the road, his eyes scanning the darkened streets. The headlights of a vehicle appeared in the distance, growing larger with each passing second. As the car approached, Carlos's stomach twisted into a knot. It was a black SUV, the same make and model that had been parked outside the library earlier. He didn't recognize the driver, but something about the way the car moved, the way the headlights illuminated the darkness, sent a chill down his spine. The SUV pulled up next to him, and the window rolled down slowly. Carlos's breath caught in his throat as he stared at the face of the driver. It was someone he had known his entire life. Someone he had trusted. It was Lucas. "Hello, Carlos," Lucas said, his voice steady but cold. "I think it's time we finished what we started." Carlos's heart raced as the reality of the situation crashed down on him. Lucas had been the one leaving the messages, the one orchestrating the terror. But why? How could it be him? The thought was almost impossible to process. The childhood friend he had known for years, the man he had once called a friend, was the killer. But more than that, Lucas was the final piece of the puzzle. The curse had been passed down to him, just as it had been passed down to Carlos. "What are you doing, Lucas?" Carlos asked, his voice shaking with disbelief. "Why are you doing this? Why kill these people?" Lucas's expression remained unreadable, but his eyes burned with a strange intensity. "It's not about the people, Carlos. It's about the bloodline. You and I, we are the last of it. The curse was meant to be passed down, and I'm the one who's going to finish it. You think you can stop it, but you can't. It's too late." Carlos's mind raced. He couldn't let Lucas go through with it. He couldn't let the cycle continue. He knew what he had to do. It wasn't just about stopping Lucas, it was about breaking the curse once and for all. But he also knew that doing so might come at the highest cost. He wasn't just fighting for his life anymore. He was fighting for his soul. "Stop it, Lucas," Carlos said, his voice raw with emotion. "You don't have to do this. We can end it. Together. We can stop the curse." But Lucas only smiled, the coldness in his eyes deepening. "You don't understand, Carlos. There's no stopping it. There never was." With those words, Lucas stepped out of the SUV, the tension in the air thick with the inevitability of the final confrontation. Carlos knew this was it. The moment had arrived. The killer, the curse, the bloodline, it all led here, to this one final encounter. The face of evil. Detective Ana Garcia's phone rang at precisely 3:14 a.m. The sudden jarring sound cut through the silence of her small, dimly lit apartment, and she groggily reached for the receiver. It was Lieutenant Morales. "Ana, we've got a situation," he said, his voice heavy with the tension of someone who had been awake far too long. "You need to get over to Maple Street. There's been a murder." The words sent a chill down her spine, and a familiar sense of dread settled in. She hung up without saying another word, grabbed her coat, and stepped into the cold, dark night. The air was thick with the stench of impending rain as Ana drove through the sleepy streets of Santa Clara. The town was eerily quiet for the early morning hour, with only the occasional streetlight casting long, flickering shadows on the pavement. Maple Street was just a few blocks away from her apartment. When Ana arrived at the scene, yellow tape cordoned off a small two-story house, its windows dark and foreboding. The flashing lights of squad cars illuminated the street, casting an unsettling glow on the otherwise peaceful neighborhood. Ana could hear the murmur of voices as she approached the front yard, but there was no sign of the victim yet. A uniformed officer, his face drawn tight with exhaustion, nodded at her as she approached. "Detective Garcia," he said. "It's inside. You'll want to see it for yourself." Without another word, Ana followed him into the house, the wooden floors creaking beneath her steps. The smell of copper was thick in the air, and her instincts told her the scene inside would be something she wouldn't easily forget. The living room was dark, save for the harsh light of a single flashlight that illuminated the grisly scene. The victim, a woman, likely in her mid-30s, lay sprawled across the floor. Her face was contorted in a rictus of horror, her eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling with an intensity that felt almost unnatural. The woman's hands were stretched in front of her, as if she had been trying to reach for something before she had been overpowered. Her body was covered in bruises and cuts, but it was the deep scratch on her cheek that seemed to hold the most significance. A claw-like mark, jagged and violent, ran from her left cheek down to her jawline. Ana felt a cold shiver crawl up her spine as she knelt beside the body. She studied the woman's face closely, trying to decipher the emotion frozen there. Was it terror or something else? The longer she stared, the more unsettling it became. The victim's expression didn't feel right, too deliberate, too staged. Anna had seen death before, but this felt different. There was something almost symbolic about the way the woman had been left. "Do we have any ID?" Anna asked, her voice steady despite the rising unease in her chest. The officer nodded. "Yeah, her name's Lisa Miller. She was a local. No signs of forced entry." Anna's mind clicked. No forced entry, just like the unsolved case from 15 years ago. Her heart skipped a beat. That case had haunted her, a dark chapter in her past she thought she had buried for good. The similarities were too striking to ignore. Was this connected? Was it happening again? She stepped away from the body, her eyes scanning the rest of the room. Everything was too neat. The furniture was in place, the TV was still on, flickering with static. It was as though the killer had taken his time. This wasn't a random attack, this was personal. Anna's thoughts raced as she processed the details. She hadn't been assigned to the original string of murders, but she had been close to it, had seen the damage firsthand. The victims back then had all been left in similar poses, unervingly staged, as if they were meant to deliver a message. The officer who had escorted her inside hesitated. "Detective, there's something else," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. Anna looked up sharply, her pulse quickening. The officer handed her a small, crumpled piece of paper. "Found it in her hand," he explained. It was a drawing, a crude, hastily sketched face, but not just any face. It was the unmistakable outline of a person, the features sharp and exaggerated. What made Anna's blood run cold was the familiarity of the face. It looked like a distorted version of her own. For a moment, everything around Anna seemed to go still. Her breath caught in her throat, and she felt an overwhelming urge to tear her gaze away from the drawing, but she couldn't. It was like a silent scream, one she was too afraid to acknowledge. The faces in the old case had been symbols, but this was something else entirely. A personal warning? A message meant for her? Anna's thoughts swirled in a storm of fear, confusion, and a deep, gnawing suspicion that this was only the beginning. "What the hell does this mean?" Anna muttered under her breath, clutching the drawing tightly. She could feel the weight of it in her hand, the way it seemed to vibrate with a dark energy. The officer stepped back, clearly uncomfortable with the silence. Anna's mind was racing, but she knew one thing for sure. This wasn't just another murder. This was a call to action. The killer was trying to send a message, and Anna was at the center of it. As she stepped outside, the chill of the night air hit her like a slap to the face. She glanced at the street, the same quiet street she had walked down countless times before, but tonight it felt different, haunted. The sky overhead was heavy with the promise of rain, dark clouds rolling in from the horizon. Anna could sense that the storm was just beginning. She had no idea what she was about to walk into, but she knew one thing: the nightmare was far from over. Anna barely slept the night after the murder. The image of Lisa Miller's face haunted her every time she closed her eyes. The strange scratch on the woman's cheek, the familiar sketch of the face, there was something about it all that gnawed at her, something she couldn't quite put her finger on. She couldn't shake the feeling that the killer was playing some kind of twisted game, and she was his target. With a dark cloud hanging over her, Anna threw herself into the investigation the following morning, but the deeper she dug, the more unsettling the clues became. At the police station, Anna pored over the details of the case, reviewing Lisa's background and trying to piece together any connections. The woman was an ordinary town resident, a nurse at the local clinic, and by all accounts, She had no known enemies. But there had to be something, a hidden thread that tied her to the others and to the dark events from 15 years ago. Anna's fingers flew over the keyboard as she sifted through old case files. There were too many similarities, too many echoes of the past. Her mind was racing as she connected the dots, but each revelation only raised more questions. The forensics team had finished processing the crime scene, but their findings seemed to add little clarity. There were no signs of forced entry, no indication of a struggle. Lisa's house was too neat, too perfect, which only made the murder more disturbing. The bloodstains had been carefully contained to the area surrounding her body, almost like someone had taken great care in staging it. Anna couldn't help but feel that the killer was trying to send a message. But what was the message? And who was he really targeting? When Anna received the toxicology report, her stomach churned. Lisa Miller had been drugged. Her blood contained traces of a powerful sedative. It was clear that she hadn't fought back, that she had been rendered unconscious before the killer carried out his gruesome work. Anna's gut told her that this wasn't just another random act of violence. Whoever was behind this knew how to manipulate the victim, how to control them, to make sure they wouldn't be able to fight back. It was calculated, deliberate, and disturbingly precise. Anna's mind turned to the unsolved murders from the past, the ones that had been so brutally interrupted by her former partner's death. Michael Reyes had been the one to guide her through that investigation, and his death had never been fully explained. She pushed the thought away, unwilling to revisit the painful memories of the past. Yet, the similarities between Lisa's murder and the ones from years ago were undeniable. Could it be that the killer had returned to finish what he had started? Or was this the work of someone new, using the old crimes as inspiration? As Anna mulled over the case, she received a call from the local morgue. The medical examiner had found something strange, something that seemed out of place. A small, faded tattoo on Lisa Miller's inner wrist, barely visible under layers of dirt and grime. It was a symbol, one that Anna recognized from the old case. She felt a chill run down her spine as she was reminded of the victims from years ago. The same symbol had appeared in the autopsy reports of the earlier murders. It was a clue, and it had to mean something. But what? Anna knew she had to track down the history of this symbol. She began scouring old police records, speaking with officers who had worked on the case before. It wasn't long before she found an old lead, one that had been dismissed years ago. A man named Elias Rowe, a quiet and reclusive figure, had been linked to the original murders. He had no criminal record, but witnesses had reported seeing him in the vicinity of several crime scenes. His name had come up during the investigation, but there had been no hard evidence to connect him to the killings, and the lead had been dropped. The name sent a ripple of unease through Anna. Elias Rowe. She had heard it before, but she couldn't place where. She dug deeper into his past and found something that made her stomach twist. Elias had lived in Santa Clara for most of his life, but he had disappeared for nearly 10 years, shortly after the original killings stopped. His sudden reappearance in town a few weeks ago was too coincidental. Anna's instincts told her that Elias was more than just a witness or a suspect. He was part of this nightmare. As she drove to Elias's address, Anna felt a growing sense of dread. The house he lived in was located on the outskirts of town, far from the eyes of the residents, tucked away behind a thick grove of trees. It looked abandoned, with peeling paint and overgrown ivy crawling up the sides. Anna knocked on the door, but there was no answer. She peered through the cracked window, but all she could see was darkness inside. It was the kind of place where secrets could easily be hidden. Her hand hovered over the door handle, but she hesitated. Something about the house unsettled her. It wasn't just its appearance, it was the silence. It was the same kind of silence that hung over the old cases, the kind of silence that screamed of buried truths and long-forgotten horrors. Anna took a deep breath and knocked again, louder this time. This time, she heard movement inside. Footsteps. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a man who seemed to be in his mid-40s, though his face was hard to read. His eyes were dark, hollow, and unblinking, almost as if he had been waiting for her. "Detective Garcia," Elias said quietly, his voice soft but steady. He didn't seem surprised to see her, and that unnerved her more than anything. "I was expecting you." Elias Rose stood in the doorway, his pale face shadowed by the dim light of the hallway. He wasn't tall, but there was a presence about him that made Anna feel like she was standing before someone far larger than life. His eyes, dark and unwavering, met hers without the slightest hint of fear or surprise. Anna hesitated for a moment, sensing that he had been expecting this encounter, but she forced herself to steady her breathing. She couldn't let her guard down. Not with him. Not now. "I didn't know you were still in town," Elias said, his voice calm, almost too calm. His gaze lingered on Anna's face as though searching for something, an emotion, a reaction. She didn't know how to respond, so she simply stepped forward and flashed her badge. "I'm investigating the murder of Lisa Miller. You were listed as a possible lead in the old case, and I need to ask you a few questions." Her voice was firm, but she could feel a tightness in her chest. This man, this ghost from her past, had a way of unsettling her. Elias studied her for a moment before stepping aside to let her in. Anna hesitated at the threshold, but curiosity and the need for answers pushed her forward. As she crossed the threshold into his home, she immediately noticed the starkness of the place. The walls were bare, the furniture minimal and old-fashioned, as though the house hadn't been touched in years. Dust coated everything, and a musty smell lingered in the air. It felt as though time had stopped here. The silence in the room was heavy, oppressive. He motioned toward a worn armchair across from him. "Please, sit. I'll make us some tea," Elias said, his movements slow and deliberate. Anna didn't sit. Instead, she folded her arms across her chest and surveyed the room. Every corner felt like it was hiding something sinister. She couldn't explain why, but there was a feeling in her gut that she was being drawn deeper into something she wasn't prepared for. Her eyes caught a stack of old books on a table, some open and others covered in dust, but none of them seemed to be of any interest. It was the kind of place where secrets were kept, buried under layers of time and neglect. "How long have you been back in Santa Clara?" Anna asked, her voice steady, trying to maintain control. Elias returned to the chair opposite her, his movements slow, almost deliberate. He didn't immediately answer. Instead, he stared at the floor for a moment, as if lost in thought. Anna felt a twinge of unease, the kind that crept under her skin and made her question whether she should trust anything he said. "I never left, really," Elias said at last, his voice soft but steady. "I was here the whole time, just hiding in plain sight." He looked up at her, his eyes intense, as though daring her to challenge his words. "But I suppose the town never wanted me here, so I stayed away." There was bitterness in his tone, a sharp edge that made Anna wonder how much of his statement was truth and how much was self-pity. Anna narrowed her eyes, trying to gauge his sincerity. She knew Elias had always been a private man, but something about his words felt off, as though he was speaking in riddles, purposefully avoiding the heart of her question. "You were involved in the previous investigation, Elias. The murders from 15 years ago. Why didn't you tell us what you knew back then?" The question hung in the air, heavy and expectant. Elias leaned back in his chair, folding his hands in his lap. "I didn't have anything to say, and you didn't ask. People like me, we get ignored. Everyone had their suspects. No one wanted to believe I could be of any use. His voice grew quieter, tinged with resentment. But I saw it all, detective. I saw it all unfold from the shadows. He paused, as if weighing whether to say more. Anna's heart began to pound. She had always wondered if there had been someone who had witnessed everything and kept silent. Now, she wondered if Elias had been that someone. Anna leaned forward, feeling the tension between them grow thicker. "What do you mean, you saw it all?" she asked, her voice low. Elias didn't answer immediately. He stood, his movements slow and deliberate, and crossed the room to a shelf. He pulled out an old worn journal, its cover frayed and marked with age. "I saw what the killer did. How he picked his victims. How he watched them. And how he left his mark." Elias's voice trembled slightly as he handed the journal to Anna. "You've seen his mark, haven't you? The same mark he left on Lisa Miller." Anna took the journal carefully, her fingers brushing over the worn leather cover. As she opened it, the faint smell of mildew and ink filled her senses. The pages inside were filled with scribbled notes and disturbing sketches, drawings of faces, of symbols, of people. She turned the pages slowly, scanning the words, her stomach tightening with each line. The images were haunting, grotesque, almost like a twisted diary of someone obsessed with death. The further Anna flipped through the journal, the more the pieces of the puzzle started to fit. There were notes about each victim, about their habits, their fears, even their weaknesses. It was as though the killer had been watching them for years, learning everything about them before making his move. Some of the sketches were of faces, but others were more cryptic symbols that didn't make sense at first. But now, as Anna looked at them, they began to feel familiar. She recognized them from the drawings she had seen in the old case files. It was the same killer, the same twisted mind. She slammed the journal shut, her heart racing. Elias was watching her, his face unreadable. "You were right, detective," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "He's back. And he's already started again." Anna felt a cold chill run through her as Elias's words sank in. The killer hadn't just returned to town, he had returned for her. She knew it now. Everything about this case, from the mark on Lisa Miller's face to the drawings in Elias's journal, was meant to send a message. And that message was clear. The past had come back to haunt her. Anna's thoughts raced as she left Elias Rowe's house, the journal still clenched tightly in her hands. She couldn't shake the eerie feeling that clung to her, a sensation of being watched from every corner of the town. Elias's words echoed in her mind. He's back. And he's already started again. Anna had always trusted her instincts, and they were screaming now. She couldn't afford to ignore what Elias had said, but the more she thought about it, the less she understood. Who could be so methodical, so patient, that they would let 15 years pass before picking up where they had left off? Her gut told her that Elias wasn't the killer. In fact, he seemed to be the one person who knew more about the murderer than anyone else in town. But there was something about him that didn't sit right. The way he had handed her the journal, the way he seemed too calm, too detached, it was almost as if he wanted her to find the clues, to follow the trail he had laid out. Was he helping her? Or was he manipulating her into a trap? As Anna drove back to the station, the unease gnawed at her. The quiet streets of Santa Clara felt suffocating, as if the very air was thick with secrets. Her thoughts kept returning to the sketch of the face found in Lisa Miller's hand, the same twisted outline she had seen in the journal. The killer's mark was unmistakable, and it had haunted Anna ever since she first saw it. She couldn't help but wonder how much of this was truly about Lisa, and how much of it was about her. The killer's obsession with the past was clear, but what if that obsession had shifted focus to her, too? Back at the station, Anna sat at her desk and reviewed the case files again, looking for something she might have missed. There had to be a connection, some link between Lisa Miller and the others, something beyond the shared symbol and the killer's signature. She rubbed her temples, exhausted, as a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. It was Morales, his face tense, his jaw tight. "Anna, you need to see this," he said, holding out a folder. She took it from him without speaking, her heart sinking as she opened it. Inside were photos from the most recent crime scene, the same one where Lisa Miller had been found. But this time, the photos showed something she hadn't expected, a series of strange, cryptic markings found near the victim's body. The markings were scratched into the floorboards, etched with such precision that they appeared deliberate. Anna's eyes widened as she recognized the symbols that had been in Elias's journal. The same symbols that had been drawn on the faces of the previous victims. "This is getting worse," Morales said, his voice heavy with concern. "We thought it was just a copycat, but these markings, these aren't random. Someone's sending us a message." His words hit Anna like a punch to the gut. The killer was escalating. But why now? What had changed? Anna didn't respond right away. She was already piecing things together in her mind. The symbols, the drawings, the way the victims had been left, everything pointed to one thing. The killer was more than just a murderer. He was an artist, a meticulous planner who had been orchestrating this for years. But what if he wasn't just an artist? What if he was someone who knew exactly how to play people, how to make them dance to his twisted tune? The more she thought about it, the more the idea gnawed at her. Elias Rowe. He knew too much. Was he just a bystander? Or was he pulling the strings behind the scenes? Anna decided to dig deeper into Elias's life. She needed to know more about him, about his past, about the relationships he had or hadn't had with the victims. She made a few calls to people who had known him growing up, hoping to uncover something, anything that could provide a clue. What she found was disturbing. Elias had always been an outcast, someone who kept to himself, but there were whispers about a tragedy that had occurred years ago, one that no one in town dared to speak of. It was a tragedy that involved his family. His mother, in particular, had been the subject of hushed conversations, and as Anna dug deeper, she began to realize that Elias's past wasn't just filled with darkness, it was a mirror to the chaos the killer had left behind. As Anna sifted through the information, a name surfaced: Michael Reyes. The name made her stop dead in her tracks. Michael was her former partner, the man who had been killed during the investigation 15 years ago. She had never connected Michael to Elias before, but now, as the pieces started to come together, she couldn't help but feel a sinking sensation in her stomach. What if Elias and Michael had known each other? What if there was something about Michael's death that no one had uncovered? Anna didn't hesitate. She picked up the phone and called Michael's old partner, Detective Marissa Lane, hoping that she might still have some insight into the case. Marissa answered after 2 rings, and Anna quickly explained her suspicions. "Michael was close to Elias Rowe, wasn't he?" she asked, her voice low. There was a long pause on the other end of the line before Marissa spoke. "Close? Not exactly," Marissa replied carefully. "But there was something off about Elias. Something he never quite explained. Michael didn't trust him, but he never told anyone why. He just had this feeling. He kept a file on Elias, but after his death, well, everything got buried. If you're looking for answers, Anna, you might want to dig up that file. It's not on the record, though, so you'll have to find it yourself." Anna hung up the phone with a sense of urgency. If Michael had known something about Elias, something that had been kept hidden all these years, it could be the breakthrough she needed. But it also meant that she was walking into a much darker past than she had ever expected. She knew she had to follow this trail, no matter where it led. As Anna stepped into the archives room of the police station, she felt a sense of foreboding wash over her. It was quiet here. Too quiet. The shelves were filled with decades of records, files, and case notes, each one carrying the weight of unsolved mysteries and unresolved pain. She moved quickly, pulling down boxes labeled with old case numbers, flipping through them in search of the file she needed. Finally, she found it. The file was thick, worn, and filled with handwritten notes and photographs. As Anna flipped through the pages, she felt a growing sense of dread. The file didn't just contain notes about Elias Rowe, it also detailed Michael's suspicions about a possible connection between Elias and the original murders. Anna's fingers trembled as she flipped through the pages of Michael Reyes's file, the weight of the discoveries pressing on her chest. The notes were filled with things she hadn't expected, scraps of information that seemed disconnected at first, but, together, began to form a picture of a deep, unsettling connection between Elias Rowe and the earlier murders. Michael had been on the trail of something darker than just a murderer. He had sensed that Elias was involved in a larger, more sinister web. The problem was that Michael never had enough to prove it. But now, as Anna read, the pieces were starting to align, and everything felt like it was leading her toward a dangerous revelation. Elias Rowe had been seen at the scenes of the original murders, though not as a suspect, always in the periphery, watching from a distance. Michael's notes indicated that Elias had never been fully questioned. His reclusive nature made him difficult to approach, but what Michael had found in his investigation wasn't just circumstantial evidence, it was a pattern. The killings, according to Michael's observations, weren't random. They followed a ritualistic nature, with each victim bearing a mark of some sort, and the same symbols cropping up time and time again. These symbols weren't just drawn by the killer. They had been associated with an old family secret, one that Michael had started to uncover just before his death. As Anna continued reading, she found Michael's theory about Elias's involvement growing clearer. There was a deep, disturbing connection between Elias's family and the earlier murders, something about Elias's mother, something that had been buried for years. But Michael had never gotten the chance to fully explore it. The file stopped abruptly after the murder of Michael Reyes. It was as if someone had deliberately silenced the investigation. Someone had made sure that Michael never finished the work he started. Anna's heart raced. The idea that Elias could be tied to her former partner's death was almost too much to bear. Michael's death had always been a mystery, one that Anna had never been able to solve. But now, with this new information, it was clear that Elias's family history was intricately tied to the dark forces that had plagued Santa Clara. Anna had always assumed Michael's murder was just an unfortunate accident, a casualty of the job. But now, with the symbols, the family connections, and Elias's past, she wasn't so sure. Anna paused, letting the weight of the discovery sink in. She couldn't let herself get lost in the past, not again. The focus needed to remain on the victims, on stopping the killer before more blood was spilled. But how could she ignore the connection between Elias and her partner's death? It was as if everything Anna had worked for, everything she had believed in, was unraveling in front of her. The killer wasn't just some faceless monster. He was someone who had been hiding in plain sight for years, someone who knew exactly how to manipulate people and events to his advantage. The more Anna thought about it, the more everything seemed to point to one inevitable conclusion. Elias Rowe had been orchestrating the murders all along. He had been the puppet master, pulling the strings behind the scenes. But why? What was his endgame? Was he using the murders to avenge something? Or was there a deeper, more twisted motive driving him? To understand Elias's motives, Anna needed to delve deeper into his past. She knew that his mother had been a part of the equation, but she needed more details, more specifics. It was time to pay a visit to the last remaining member of Elias's family, his aunt, who lived in a small house on the edge of town. Anna had learned about her in the records, but the old woman had always been a recluse, rarely seen by the townspeople. She was Elias's only living relative, And if anyone knew the truth about his family's dark history, it would be her. Anna drove to the outskirts of town, her mind racing as she thought about the strange, cryptic messages in the case files. She knew she was getting close to something dangerous. The house was tucked away behind a thick line of trees, its windows boarded up, its paint peeling away in the sun. As Anna stepped up to the porch, the door creaked open before she could knock. A frail woman stood in the doorway, her face hidden behind layers of age and sorrow. Her eyes, however, were sharp, and they studied Anna intently as if she had been waiting for her. "You're here about Elias," the woman said, her voice raspy. "I knew someone would come asking sooner or later. He's been gone too long." Her words sent a chill down Anna's spine, and she couldn't tell whether the woman was relieved or frightened by her presence. "Come in, detective," the woman added, stepping aside. "I suppose it's time to tell the truth." Inside, the house was dim and smelled of old paper and dust. The furniture was sparse, the walls lined with shelves filled with yellowed books and mementos from a past long gone. The woman led Anna to a small room in the back of the house, where a single table stood in the center. On the table, there were old photographs, faded, torn, and stained with age. The woman reached down and picked up one of the pictures, handing it to Anna. It was a photograph of Elias as a child, standing next to a woman Anna assumed was his mother. But what caught Anna's eye wasn't the mother, it was the expression on Elias's face. A twisted, almost predatory grin stretched across his lips. "This is where it all started," the woman said, her voice trembling. Elias's mother was different. She had ties to people who practiced things that should never be touched. Dark things, things that haunt this town still. Anna's stomach churned as the woman continued. "Your partner, Michael, he knew something, didn't he? He was getting too close to the truth. That's why he had to be silenced." Anna felt a knot form in her throat. She had known, deep down, that Michael had been murdered because of his involvement in this case. But hearing it from someone who had known Elias and his family, hearing it from someone who had seen the darkness firsthand, made it all the more real. The killer had been hiding in plain sight all along, using the town's secrets to manipulate and control. And now, it seemed that Anna was the final piece in his twisted puzzle. The woman's words lingered in Anna's mind as she left the house. Her stomach twisted with the weight of the revelations she had just heard. Elias's mother had been involved in something dark, something that had poisoned the family for generations. The idea that Michael's death had been a direct result of his investigation sent a shiver down Anna's spine. This wasn't just a case of random killings, it was a deliberate, orchestrated sequence of events designed to cover up a much older, more sinister truth. Anna could feel the walls closing in around her, but there was one last thread she had to pull. The woman's cryptic words about Elias's family ties to dark practices left her unsettled, but they also ignited a fire of determination. She had to understand what these ties meant, how they connected to the murders, and most importantly, how Elias had become the architect of such horrors. The answers were somewhere in Elias's past, and Anna was determined to uncover them. As she arrived back at the station, Anna found herself drawn to the case file once more. The journal she had found in Elias's house was still fresh in her mind. The drawings, the symbols, and the chilling sense that the killer had been planning this for years. She had learned so much already, but there was more to discover, something deeper that had been hidden beneath the surface. She needed to revisit the journal, study it with fresh eyes. Sitting at her desk, Anna flipped through the pages of the journal again. This time, she focused on the latter entries, the ones that seemed to be written more urgently. The symbols were the same: faces, marks, cryptic phrases, but there was something new. As her eyes scanned the pages, Anna realized the entries weren't just about the killings. They were about something more personal. The diary seemed to detail the killer's relationship with Anna herself, with words that seemed almost tailored to her, directed at her. There were references to her family, to her past, and even to Michael, things that no one else could have known. The killer had been watching her long before the murders began. He had been studying her, anticipating her every move. Her blood ran cold as she realized that the killer hadn't just chosen his victims randomly. He had been planning for this moment, for the confrontation that was now inevitable. The final pages of the journal were the most chilling, as if the killer had been counting down to something. And Anna was at the center of it all. The realization hit Anna hard. This wasn't just a murder spree, it was a personal vendetta, and she was the target. But why? Why her? The answers were within the diary, but they weren't clear yet. She needed more information. With her heart racing, Anna grabbed her phone and called the one person who might be able to help Marissa Lane. Anna? Marissa answered, her voice sounding distant. What's going on? You sound off. Anna took a deep breath, her fingers shaking slightly as she clutched the journal in her hands. It's worse than I thought, Marissa. Michael's death. It was no accident. He was killed because he was getting too close to the truth. Elias Rowe. He's connected to this, he's been pulling the strings all along. And now, the killer's targeting me. There was a long silence on the other end before Marissa spoke again. What do you need from me, Anna? Her voice was calm but serious. Anna knew she could trust her partner. I need to know more about Michael's investigation. I need to see everything he was working on, the files, the notes, anything that could help me understand why Elias would target me. All right, Marissa replied. I'll send you everything I can find. But you need to be careful, Anna. This is bigger than both of us. You're not just dealing with a killer. You're dealing with someone who's been planning this for a long time. Someone who knows how to manipulate everything and everyone. Anna hung up the phone, her thoughts racing. The pieces were falling into place, but they didn't make sense. If Elias had been planning this for years, if he had been pulling the strings behind the murders, why had he let her get this far? Was this all part of his plan? Or was there a greater force at work, something darker, more insidious, that even Elias couldn't control? She couldn't stop the gnawing feeling in her gut that told her she was walking into a trap. But the killer had left her no choice. The diary, the symbols, the personal notes, it was all leading her toward one inevitable confrontation. And that confrontation would happen soon. Anna knew she couldn't wait any longer. She had to confront Elias, confront whatever demon he had become, before it was too late. Anna spent the next few hours reading through the case files, pulling together the fragments of information she had gathered. She was starting to understand the connections, but there were still too many questions left unanswered. She had to see Elias again. There was something she had missed, something he was hiding, something that would finally unravel the truth. But first, she needed one last thing from the journal, the key to unlocking Elias's twisted mind. With the journal in hand, Anna left the station and made her way back to Elias's house. This time, there would be no turning back. That Anna's hands trembled as she drove toward Elias Rowe's house again. This time, the weight of what she had learned and what she had yet to uncover pressed on her chest like a stone. The diary, the symbols, the cryptic messages, it was all leading her here. She didn't know if she was walking into a trap, but she had no other choice. The killer had made it clear that he was playing his game, and Anna was a piece on the board that he intended to move. The only way to stop him was to confront him head-on. The house loomed ahead as Anna's car slowed to a stop. The trees around it seemed darker, more oppressive tonight, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. She stepped out of the car, her heart pounding in her chest, and approached the front door. She knew something was off. She could feel it in the air, thick with anticipation, as though something waited just beyond the threshold. The house had never looked more foreboding. The stillness of the place unnerved her, but she forced herself to step forward. Elias had to be inside. She had to confront him. She knocked on the door, her fist clenched tight. There was no answer. Silence. But it was the kind of silence that didn't feel natural. Her senses were heightened, every small sound seeming amplified in the quiet. A creak of wood, a rustle of wind, her breath. Nothing about this was ordinary. She knocked again, louder this time, but still nothing. The absence of sound sent a spike of unease through her. Anna hesitated. Was this part of his plan? Was he toying with her again, luring her into a false sense of security before revealing his trap? A cold gust of wind made her shiver as she stepped back from the door. Her hand hovered over her gun, but she wasn't sure if that would help her. The door, still ajar, seemed to beckon her inside. Anna had been here before, but this time it felt different. The house was watching her, waiting for her to make the first move. Her instincts told her that the longer she stood out here, the more she played into Elias's game. She had no choice but to enter. Slowly, cautiously, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. The house smelled like dust and decay, its walls echoing with the weight of time. Every room she passed through felt colder, darker, as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. The floorboards creaked beneath her, the sound sharp and unsettling in the dead silence. As she moved deeper into the house, Anna couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. There was no sign of Elias, no sounds, but the feeling of being observed grew stronger with every step she took. When she reached the living room, she stopped dead in her tracks. The room was exactly the same as it had been the last time she was here, except for one thing. The floor was covered in symbols. The same cryptic, jagged symbols she had seen in the killer's journal and in the crime scenes. They were drawn in what appeared to be blood, the crimson color stark against the pale wood of the floor. The symbols circled a small, empty chair in the center of the room. A chair meant for her. Anna's heart raced, her breath coming in shallow gasps as she stepped closer. It was a trap. A message. She had walked right into it. The symbols were a warning, an invitation for her to take her place in the game. But it wasn't just the symbols that made her blood run cold. It was the silence, the absence of Elias, the way the house seemed to hold its breath, waiting for her to make a mistake. Before she could think, the door slammed shut behind her. Anna spun around, her heart in her throat. She rushed back to the door, trying the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Panic crept in as she realized she was locked inside. It was exactly what Elias wanted. He had been expecting her. She stepped back, her hand instinctively reaching for her gun, but she knew it wouldn't do her any good. She wasn't prepared for whatever he had planned next. A faint sound came from the far side of the room, a soft shuffle, like footsteps. Anna froze. Elias was here. He had been here all along, waiting, watching her. She turned slowly, scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. A figure stepped out from the darkness, and Anna's breath caught in her throat. It wasn't Elias. It was a man, someone she didn't recognize, tall, with dark, hollow eyes that seemed to see right through her. "I've been waiting for you, detective," the man said, his voice cold, detached. "Elias is busy, but he's been expecting you." His smile was thin, cruel, as though he took pleasure in her discomfort. He stepped closer, his movements slow and deliberate. "You're part of the puzzle now, Anna. You always have been." Anna's mind raced. Who was this man? And why was he involved? She backed away, trying to keep her distance, but the symbols on the floor seemed to draw her in, like invisible threads pulling her toward the chair in the center of the room. She didn't know if she could trust herself to make it out of this place alive. Her mind screamed to run, to find a way out, but her body wouldn't obey. She was trapped in a house designed to make her question everything. The man stepped closer, and Anna's heart pounded in her chest. She had to stay calm. She had to find a way to turn this around. She couldn't let herself fall into the trap Elias had set for her. But as the man reached for her, a voice echoed through the room, cutting through the tension like a knife. "You're not the one I want," Elias's voice said, low and mocking from the shadows. "Not yet, anyway." Anna froze, her eyes darting toward the dark corner of the room where Elias had been hiding. He had been here the whole time, watching her struggle, controlling every move. And now, the final game was about to begin. Anna's mind raced as Elias's voice echoed through the room. His presence, unseen yet palpable, made her skin crawl. The man in front of her, whoever he was, stepped closer, blocking her way to the door. But the true danger, Anna knew, was in the shadows. Elias had been orchestrating this entire situation, and now she was the pawn in his game. Every inch of the house seemed to conspire against her, pulling her deeper into the web he had spun. This was no longer about solving a case. It was about survival. Elias's voice came again, clearer this time, mocking. "You think you can escape, detective? You've always been too predictable. Always 2 steps behind." His laughter followed, dark and chilling, reverberating off the walls. Anna swallowed hard, pushing aside the rising panic. She couldn't let fear control her now. She had been caught in his trap, yes, but there was always a way out. There had to be. She had survived worse. She would survive this too. The man in front of her smiled again, slow and deliberate, his eyes never leaving her. His smile wasn't just cruel, it was something worse. It was as though he was enjoying the fear in her eyes, savoring the moment before the final act. "You're not the first to come here, detective. And you won't be the last." His words were like a cold wind, sending a shiver down her spine. "But you will be the one who gets to play the final part of the game. Isn't that special?" Anna's hand clenched around her gun, but she didn't draw it. She couldn't afford to waste a shot. She was stuck in a corner, the walls closing in, and every instinct in her screamed to fight, to escape. But fighting wasn't enough. She needed a plan. She needed to be smarter than Elias, who had anticipated every move she might make. In the brief silence that followed, Anna's mind cleared just enough to see something small, but crucial: a window behind the man, half open, with the faintest breeze drifting through. She could escape, but only if she could distract him long enough to slip past. Taking a deep breath, Anna forced herself to speak, her voice calm and steady. "You're wrong," she said, her eyes locking on the man. "I'm not part of your game. I'm here to stop you. I'm here to end this, once and for all." The words were a gamble, an attempt to buy herself time, but she needed him to underestimate her. He needed to believe she was still trapped, still playing his game. The man hesitated for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Anna saw it, and she seized the opportunity. She made a quick move, stepping to her left, closer to the window. The man lunged forward, but not fast enough. In one fluid motion, Anna ducked under his grasp and sprinted toward the window, heart pounding in her chest. The man's shout echoed behind her, but she didn't look back. She couldn't. She didn't stop to think about the consequences. She just needed to escape. The window was narrow, and Anna's heart skipped a beat as she struggled to squeeze through. She heard the man's footsteps getting closer, his breath heavy with anger. She was almost there, just a few more inches, and then, with a final push, she tumbled out of the window and onto the ground below. Her knees hit the dirt with a jarring thud, but she forced herself up immediately. There was no time to hesitate. Elias was still in control, and she couldn't afford to let him get the upper hand again. The air outside was colder than she had expected, the dampness of the night seeping into her skin. Anna's legs ached as she ran, her breath coming in sharp gasps. She knew she couldn't keep running forever. Elias was smart, and he would be looking for her, tracking her every move. But she had bought herself some time. She had escaped, and that was enough for now. She didn't look back as she sprinted through the darkened streets, the weight of her past and present pushing against her. Her mind was a blur of thoughts and fears, but one thing remained clear: Elias was still out there. The killer wasn't done with her. She had survived the trap, but there was no guarantee she would survive what came next. The game was far from over, and the stakes had never been higher. As Anna ran, her thoughts turned to Elias, his twisted mind, his ability to manipulate and control. She knew he wasn't done with her. The fact that she had escaped meant nothing to him. If anything, it had only intensified his obsession with her. Elias would come for her, and when he did, she had to be ready. This time, she wouldn't be the pawn. This time, she would be the one in control. Anna's chest tightened as she reached the outskirts of town. She had to get to safety, to regroup, to plan her next move. But her thoughts kept circling back to one thing: the diary. She had to go back to it, to the answers it held. Elias had been writing in it, leaving clues behind, and Anna knew there was something she had missed. Something important that would finally unravel the mystery of why he was doing this, and what his ultimate goal was. She couldn't let him dictate the terms of the game any longer. This was her fight now. Her escape had been a small victory, but it was just the beginning. Anna's mind raced as she turned onto a quiet side street, her breath coming in short bursts. She had a long road ahead of her, but she wasn't going to stop. Not until Elias was caught, not until the terror was over. She couldn't let him win. She wouldn't. Anna didn't stop running until her legs were on fire and the cold night air stung her lungs. She needed to get far enough away from Elias, far enough away from the nightmare that had already consumed so many lives. Her escape had only bought her a brief moment of freedom, and she knew it wouldn't last long. Elias would come for her, he always did. The question was when. And more importantly, how could she stop him before he destroyed everything? After running for what felt like an eternity, Anna slowed to a walk as she neared a small motel on the outskirts of town. She couldn't go back to her apartment, not with Elias knowing where she lived. The motel was a quiet place, hidden from the main roads. It wasn't much, but it would provide a temporary refuge. As she entered the dimly lit lobby, the clerk behind the counter barely glanced up from his newspaper. Anna paid for a room with cash, her fingers brushing over the bills, steady despite the chaos inside her. Once she had the key to her room, she took the stairs 2 at a time, her mind racing. She couldn't stop thinking about the journal, about the symbols, and about the cryptic references to her family. What did Elias want from her? Why had he specifically targeted her? She had thought the case was just a series of random murders, but now it felt like everything was connected. And as much as she didn't want to admit it, she knew the connection to her past had to be more than coincidental. Inside the small room, Anna locked the door behind her and set the journal on the nightstand. The words written in it had been haunting her for hours. She had to understand them, had to uncover the truth that Elias was hiding. The symbols, the faces, and the chilling mentions of her family, it all pointed toward something she couldn't yet comprehend. She needed to find out what Elias had meant when he said, "You're part of the puzzle now." Sitting on the edge of the bed, Anna opened the journal to the last page she had read before her escape. The words were still as haunting as ever, but this time something stood out. A name. Her mother's name. And next to it, a date. The date wasn't just any date, it was the day before the first murder in the original case. The realization hit Anna like a freight train. Her mother had been involved, somehow, with the killer's plans. But how? What connection did she have to Elias and his twisted family history? Anna's heart pounded as she read the next few lines, her eyes scanning the words frantically. The journal spoke of betrayal, of a dark pact that had been made long before she was born. It seemed that her family, too, was entangled in the web of evil that Elias had spun. The shock of it nearly brought her to her knees. Her mother, the woman she had trusted, the woman who had raised her, had known about the killings all along. She had kept the truth hidden from Anna, and worse, it seemed that she had played a role in whatever was happening now. The anger that bubbled inside Anna was almost suffocating. How could her mother have kept this secret from her? How could she have allowed all of this to unfold? The more she read, the more the truth became clear. Elias was not just a killer. He was the product of a legacy of darkness, one that had been passed down through generations. And now, Anna was at the center of it all. She had inherited something that made her a target, something that made her part of Elias's plan. Anna slammed the journal shut, the frustration and confusion threatening to overwhelm her. She stood up, pacing the small room as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Her mind was spinning, the weight of her discoveries pressing on her chest. She couldn't face Elias. Not yet. She needed answers, and to get those answers, she had to confront her mother. It was the only way to truly understand what had been happening all these years. But how could she even begin to ask the questions when everything about her mother's involvement felt like a betrayal? There was no more time to waste. Anna knew that Elias wouldn't stop until he had finished whatever he had started. He had made it personal. And now, she had to make it personal, too. She had to confront the source of the darkness that had twisted her life into something unrecognizable. Her mother was the key to understanding it all, and Anna wasn't going to let her go without answers. But the more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. What would she find? Would her mother explain everything, or would she, too, be part of the game? The sound of a car engine in the distance broke Anna from her thoughts. She didn't know if it was the killer or just another passerby, but her instincts told her to be ready. The hotel room felt too exposed. The window was too easy to see through. She had been wrong to think she could hide. Elias was always one step ahead. She glanced at the journal again. There were still more pages, more secrets to uncover. But now, with the knowledge she had, the truth felt too dangerous to face alone. Anna knew that her confrontation with Elias was inevitable, but she couldn't do it without understanding everything. And understanding meant confronting her mother. She grabbed the journal, slipping it into her bag, and headed for the door. She wasn't going to wait for Elias to find her. She was going to find the answers before he could finish his twisted game. Anna drove through the dark streets, her mind heavy with the weight of everything she had uncovered. She had to confront her mother. There were no more distractions, no more time to waste. The pieces of the puzzle had all come together, but they were more horrifying than anything she could have imagined. Her family had been tied to Elias's darkness for years, and now it was clear that the sins of the past were coming back to claim her. As she neared her mother's house, the familiar streetlights flickering in the distance, she could feel the tension in her chest, suffocating her. What would she find when she walked through that door? And would it even be her mother she was confronting, or something far darker? Her mind replayed the words she had read in the journal, the references to her mother's involvement, the pact that had been made, and the implications that her own blood had been linked to the evil Elias had unleashed. The house she was approaching looked the same as it always had. But tonight, it felt different. The walls seemed to hold secrets, the windows like eyes watching her every move. Anna had always believed her mother was just a woman trying to protect her family from the past. But now, she realized that protection had come at a steep price. Her mother had known all along, and worse, she had been complicit in everything that had transpired. Anna parked the car outside and sat for a moment, staring at the front door. She could feel the eyes of the house on her. This place had always been her safe haven, the one place she could retreat to when things became too overwhelming. But now, it felt like the eye of a storm, a place where the past would finally be reckoned with. She couldn't turn back. If she didn't face this now, Elias would destroy everything she had ever known. She wasn't just fighting for her life anymore, she was fighting for the truth. When she knocked on the door, her heart pounded in her chest. It felt like time had slowed, each second stretching into an eternity as she waited for her mother to answer. Finally, the door opened slowly, revealing her mother standing there, looking as she always had, calm, collected, and with a warmth in her eyes that Anna had always trusted. But tonight, something was different. Her mother's face was pale, her eyes haunted as though she had been waiting for this moment just as much as Anna had. "Anna," her mother whispered, her voice shaky. "I knew you would come. I've been waiting for you." There was no surprise in her voice, just a deep, knowing sadness. Anna's stomach twisted as she stepped inside. The house, once filled with comforting smells and warmth, now felt cold, almost lifeless. She glanced around, but nothing seemed out of place. Yet the air felt thick, as though the walls themselves were holding their breath. "Why didn't you tell me the truth?" Anna's voice was steady, but inside, she felt a torrent of emotions battling for control. "Why didn't you tell me what was really going on, what you were involved in?" Her mother didn't answer immediately. She closed the door behind Anna, and for a moment just stood there, her hands trembling slightly as she looked at her daughter. "I didn't want you to be a part of it," her mother said quietly, her voice strained with the weight of regret. "I wanted to protect you, Anna. I wanted to keep you safe from the darkness, from the choices I made. But I can see now that you were always a part of it. You can't escape what's in your blood." Her words felt like a slap in the face, and Anna recoiled, as though the floor had just been ripped out from under her. Her mother had been trying to protect her, but from what? From her own family's legacy? Anna shook her head in disbelief. "You were involved in this from the beginning, weren't you? You knew about Elias, about the murders, about the pact. You've been hiding the truth from me my whole life." Her mother's eyes filled with tears as she nodded, her hands pressed against her chest as though the truth was too heavy to bear. "I didn't want this for you," her mother whispered. "But I couldn't stop it. Your father, he was part of it too. And when he died, Elias came for me, for us, and I made a choice. I chose to protect you, even if it meant keeping you in the dark." Her voice cracked as she spoke. "But now it's too late. Elias is going to finish what he started. He's not just after you, Anna. He's after both of us." Anna's chest tightened as the weight of her mother's confession settled over her. The idea that her father had been involved in the darkness, that her entire family had been part of a legacy of evil, seemed almost too much to bear. But there was something her mother wasn't saying, something Anna could feel in the air, something that was left unsaid. What exactly had her mother done to protect her? And why was Elias so obsessed with Anna? "Where is he?" Anna demanded, her voice rising with urgency. "Where is Elias? What does he want from me?" Her mother closed her eyes, her hands shaking. He wants you to finish what we started, Anna. You're the key to everything. I didn't want to burden you with this, but now there's no way out. You have to stop him. You have to destroy him before he can destroy everything. A silence hung between them, thick with tension. Anna felt the weight of her family's history pressing down on her, the sins of the past that she couldn't escape. Elias had always been one step ahead, always watching, always planning. But now she knew the truth: her family had been just as much a part of his plan as the victims he had murdered. The truth was worse than she had imagined. You can't stop him alone, her mother said, her voice barely above a whisper. You need help, Anna. I can't protect you anymore. You have to finish this. You have to face him. And you have to be ready to destroy everything, even if it means destroying part of yourself. Anna's eyes narrowed as she looked at her mother. For the first time in her life, she felt truly alone in this fight. Elias had been manipulating her from the start, using her own family's secrets to control her. But Anna wasn't going to let him win. Not now. Not ever. I will stop him, Mom, Anna said, her voice filled with determination. And I'll make sure he never hurts anyone.